All right, everyone, listen up. Marcellus Williams, an innocent man, is going to be executed in 5 hours unless the governor of Missouri pardons him. Every American Vashite, go to governor.missouri.gov/contact us/Missouri governor and tell them to pardon this man while there's still time to save him. I gotta tell you something. I'm really sorry to be this kind of guy, but I feel like I should say I feel like you're setting yourself up for a lot of emotional harm and disappointment. They've set this man up for the chopping block for 20 years. This isn't even like a 12th hour save. This would be like a, you know, 12th hour, 59th minute, 59th second save. Can we lighten the tone slightly? So I can say that I got a bomb-ass drop the other day? Take a look at this. That's pretty good. Look, we got the yeehaw. If I sit here, it's ye, because I'm kind of a Pepe guy myself, but I feel like we need to do some representation. Diversity matters. Kanye stan? No, that's a different ye. That's ye is ye. Nice jacket. I like the eggshell tone. Yeah, it's cropped as hell. Ignore the shorts. But ain't that cute? I feel like a damn treat right now. Sheesh. We can't ignore gray sweatpants. Look, I prioritize comfort. Whoa, what is that progressive victory shiny graphic that it occurred to me I could ask Ryan to make in 5 seconds? Well, I don't want to downplay the work. I mean, it would have taken me significantly longer, but it's a lot better than just a white text. That's one sleek graphic? No kidding. Exclamation point PV donate, unless you like fascism. That's kind of like the main cut right now. It's basically, if you don't give your entire life savings to progressive victory, you like fascism. And that's rough. It's so tiny, Vosh. Way to say that you're watching this on a phone screen, Benjamin. What is progressive victory? Can you explain it? I'd be happy to explain it, my friend. Progressive Victory is a political action committee that organizes people to canvass and phone bank all across the country with the intention of both helping the Dems win over the Republicans, good, and helping progressive Democrats win in primaries over less progressive Democrats. Phenomenal work there. Now, I don't know if you've been, caught up on things, but pretty soon we have a presidential election coming up, and I would really like it if Kamala Harris won. Not because I like her especially, but because I really don't like her opposition. Maybe you've been keeping up with the news. I don't know. Maybe you watch this channel. I don't know. Wait, we do? Mm-hmm. And our only hope for victory is exclamation point PV donate. Oh, well, you can also hit exclamation point PV. If you're interested in phone banking, canvassing, they've got an event going on October 5th and 6th up in Wisconsin. We want to win Wisconsin, folks. Trust me, you do not want to lose Wisconsin. You can do that as well. If I can't donate, can I indoctrinate my friends into the PV pipeline? Yes, with my blessing. I'm a broke college student, so I'll phone bank. Good, do so. You should, yeah, 100%. Phone banking, low commitment. You can do it from anywhere in the world. All you have to do is join up with the PV Discord, hop on in. They give you some training on how to phone bank. You do some calls, and you're not calling in to argue with, like Republican, like crazy MAGA uncles or whatever. You're calling mostly to remind people to vote. You're calling to say, hey, do you have a plan to vote this November 5th? Are you sure you're registered? That kind of stuff. What if I'm like really lazy though? Then we all die. This is on you, blank underscore dude, too. Does that link provide a way to donate time? Exclamation point PV, and you can sign up to help phone bank. It is very important. Also, if you are, as you say, a little tight on pesos, I should note, the only people who can legally donate to Progressive Victory are American citizens. It's a political action committee. You can phone bank no matter where you are. You can canvass whether or not you're an American citizen, though you do have to be in America to canvass in America. But for a political action committee, only American citizens can donate. Can I join from Turkey? You can phone bank from Turkey 100%. Though, you know, I'm not saying you don't, and I hope this doesn't get interpreted in the wrong way, but, you should be able to speak decent English if you want to be an effective phone banker. I'm sure you do. You watch me. You have to have a high degree of English, comprehension to follow the inane yapping that I engage in. But that is like a fair precaution to people with very thick accents. What are the age limits for phone banking? Well, I'm pretty sure legally anyone can phone bank, but obviously I'm sure Progressive Victory would prefer to be working with people who have relatively well-developed, prefrontal cortexes. I could be wrong in that, but I'm pretty sure, they don't want no goo goo gaga phone banking. That is true, Benjamin. That is true. It's rough out there. I don't know what that is, Pezzlebub. You're actually one of the few people who I find super easy to understand as a non-native. I regularly watch your VODs video on 4x. That might be because I have a California accent. The global American accent is Californian, or SoCal, because that's where Hollywood is. The English you hear all over the world is the English of Southern California, in a lot of cases. So the fact that I grew up there probably means I have a relatively comprehensible American English accent. Oh, the Fujimoto anime movie. Yeah, I'll watch that for sure. Is it bad that I see you as a father figure / lover? Hello, kawaii kaksama. It is, yes. There are better ways for you to use your time and emotional energy. I'm going to help you make the right decision and remove you from this chat.
Warner donated $25.
Thank you, Warner. Now, I noticed that played audio. TTS, I am aware. I thought I fixed this problem. A tad loud. Don't start this again. Not this again.
Jeffrey donated $25.
Not that again. Volume is okay. Streamer, the audio is too loud. Thank you, thank you.
Thanks for the great content for years, Vosh. Putting my money where my mouth is.
Thank you, Raven. Now, great question. Important question. Powerful question. Why did that happen when the volume is 0? It should be low. We'll work on it, okay? Thank you, by the way, to everyone who donates. Right now, theoretically, we shouldn't have TTS on because I'm, talking. Hold on, I wonder if this is the thing.
Matthew donated $20.
Still audio. I wonder if this is the thing where...
Natalie donated $100.
Thank you, Natalie. Damn it, I thought I fixed this. I donated 30 yesterday. I'm doing my part. You are, and I just noticed we just cleared 3K. That being said, I can't really... How did this work yesterday? Maybe having volume at 0 doesn't do anything, and having volume at 1 would fix the issue? The only reason the volume decreased is because I turned it down in OBS. Doubtful? Yeah, well, any. Oh, No, wait, that was correct. Look, that barely played anything. 1 actually does do it, but not 0. Haha! Get fucked, Eddie. You doubted me? And they ask me why I'm not a tech guy. All right. Well, with that, I think we can continue. Remember, if you're donating to Progressive Victory, you're not doing it for glory. You're doing it so that your soul is admitted into heaven after your death. All right? I think that's a fair deal, personally. Now, the only thing I'm still curious about is it going to blow my ears out on the audio? I don't think it should. You know, maybe I'll just find out as I move forward. Which is better to donate to, you or PV? PV. Listen, if you donate to me, it gets turned into this. If you donate to PV, it gets turned into a Kamala Harris victory. Nice setup, Benjamin, but I actually haven't decided the tiers for that yet. This is what happens when you do collaborations with a live streamer who tends to keep to himself. Can I donate to PV and still go to hell? If you want to. Hell is welcoming to all. I mean, it's pretty easy to get in there, you know? Americans only, Skynet. I know of at least one of them, Benjamin. Can we donate to you to do a fashion glow-up on Walls? I think Walls actually dresses relatively well when he's in his workwear. I'm a DeKalb County poll worker, and I'm not worried about the new ballot counting rule. Well, that's nice to know. Ah, I see the problem with this post. There are a lot of words in it. We already hand count the ballots. The main issue isn't whether or not the ballots are already hand counted. It's I can't second guess this entire post here. Anyone else see CNN lying about Rashida Tlaib being anti-Semitic towards Michigan prosecutors going after college protesters?
The fate of this election.
Your state's Attorney General Dana Nessel charged almost a dozen individuals from the University of Michigan over the anti-Israel protests. Among the charges, attempted ethnic intimidation, assaulting or obstructing a police officer, and on and on. These are pro-Palestinian protesters who are being punished and prosecuted. Michigan Democratic Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, who is Palestinian, she called the charges from Nessel, who is Jewish, shameful. And Tlaib said, quote, "It seems that the Attorney General decided if the issue was Palestine, she was going to treat it differently, and that alone speaks volumes about possible biases within the agency she runs," unquote. Nessel responded by saying, quote, "Rashida Tlaib should not use my religion to imply I cannot perform my job fairly as Attorney General. It's anti-Semitic and wrong," unquote. Do you think that Tlaib's suggestion that Nessel's office is biased was anti-Semitic?
Listen, Jake, you know what? All I can say is that I know that our Jewish community is in pain, as is our Palestinian and Muslim and Arab communities in Michigan.
She's gonna
I know that seeing the incredible toll that this war has taken on both communities has been really, really challenging and difficult, and my heart breaks for so many. But as governor, my job is to make sure that both these communities are protected and respected under the law in Michigan, and that's exactly what I'm...
It is such a gift to actual anti-Semites how many people in Washington and in the media are unironically doing the disingenuous accusations of anti-Semitism as a way of deflecting from legitimate criticism. Like there are so many people out there who are legitimately anti-Semitic, who are getting their conspiracy theories and egos massively inflated by like an unironic invocation of the tendencies that up until now they have largely imagined. And it's not even being done in a pro-Jewish sentiment. It's being done in a pro-Zionist sentiment. Like it's not even benefiting the cause or case. They're trying to use it to conspiracize over. My goodness, you guys. Thank you so much for the very kind donations. Progressive Victory runs a pretty lean ship, so please do know this stuff is incredibly helpful to them.
I'm going to stay focused on.
But do you think Attorney General Nessel is not doing her job? Because Congresswoman Tlaib is suggesting that she shouldn't be prosecuting these individuals that Nessel says broke the law, and that she's only doing it because she's Jewish, and the protesters are not. That's quite...
I wish I could make those stay up longer. Jamie, thank you for the $1,000. I'm not going to be able to respond to every donation. It's simply not possible on my part, and not really the point of the donations. I want it known that every donation that comes in, I appreciate massively. And I hope that can be read as kind of like a blanket statement of appreciation and not one that would need to be repeated in specific cases. That being said, it is $1,000 reduce. Thank you guys so much. My goodness. Just at the beginning of stream, all you need is a little jingle and a pop-up. I swear to God, you people are like, get the damn keys jangling.
Quite an accusation. Do you think it's true?
It is, Ringek.
Like I said, Jake, I'm not going to get in the middle of this argument that they're having. I can just say this. You know, we do want to make sure that students are safe on our campuses, and we recognize that every person has the right to make their statement about how they feel about an issue, a right to speak out. And I'm going to use every lever of mine to ensure that both are true.
Some states, such as Georgia, are enacting last-minute election rules changes, and some local officials are refusing to commit to certifying local results. Earlier this year, a small county in your state of Michigan refused to certify results in a local recall election.
That's great.
Are you worried about potential problems or delays in Michigan?
I genuinely have no idea where this is coming from. This is just CNN trying to rage bait. I mean, that's kind of the name of the game, to a large extent, you know? Like, CNN is not an ideologically motivated platform. They're motivated by, you know, well, I guess you could say bourgeois interest, sure, but, like, they're certainly not left-leaning.
Well, I think we should all be concerned. There certainly is an effort to undermine our confidence in our democratic institutions. There is an effort to misinform people, and we know that there is false information that is rampant in everyday conversation in this country. And so I do think that we all need to be on high alert. I will also say this, though. In Michigan, we have codified a lot of different ways for people to participate in this election. We've increased penalties against those who threaten election workers, and we're going to make sure that our votes are cast and counted, and I'm not worried about that.
If I was an election worker in this upcoming election, I would fully be wearing like a flak vest to my job, and I'm not even kidding. I don't even mean that as like hyperbolic comedy. I genuinely would be doing that. It is insane how much hate they are going to receive for doing their jobs, you know? I mean, especially if Kamala Harris ends up winning based on like the early count, you know? Higher private security wearing class 4 plates. I mean, aren't a lot of election, especially in like big cities, a lot of, you know, election workers are already getting security. Like they're already allocating in their budgets more money for security after 2020 for, you know, these ballot counting stations to be properly protected. I expect Trump to name lowly election workers. That happened in 2020. There was that poor black lady and her mom in Atlanta, I think, if I remember, where, thank you guys. Cody, you're doing it. Where they had to flee their homes from all the death threats they were getting. Because, yeah, she handed like a mint to her mom or something. It was like on video camera, some insanely innocuous, normal behavior was read by right-wing media as some kind of vote cheating. Thank you, guys. A voter fraudment. Cody, you're hitting it up. It's going to be awful for poll workers. Also be a poll worker. Yeah. Cody, what the fuck? What the hell? It's going to be so bad out there.
Playing the ref. They were very brave, the Supreme Court. Very brave, and they take a lot of hits because of it. It should be illegal.
We broke 5K.
You know, you have these guys like playing the ref, like the great Bobby Knight. These people should be put in jail the way they talk about our judges and our justices.
That's nice. Is this how much everyone normally donates to you, Vosh, or are they being more generous to PV? This is how much you normally donate to me, Benjamin, okay? Not most people, all right? Jesus Christ. Hopefully, Austin.
Bobby Knight, these people should be put in jail the way they talk about our judges and our justices.
Jesus. First Amendment, but not for justices? Yeah. Well, gotta keep the lights on, Skynet. Don't worry, that's accounted for, the amazing JLP. Are PAC donations tax deduction things? No, they're not charities. The numbers jumping up and down. Yeah, that's just a, on the display. I can see on the dashboard the total amount donated. I can also see on the dashboard that Cody has queued up like $5,100,000 donations. So I have no idea how that's the preferred. It's I see like 8 of them in the mod bench, which is remarkable. It makes me wonder if it's a bug. It doesn't look like one. The credit card do be checking. I mean, if you're having fun with it, I'm not here to yum yuck. You know? We're at yum yummers here. Any yum yummers in chat? That sound is making me tweak. Well, unfortunately, it's proven difficult to eliminate entirely, though I don't mind the ding. Like, if I drop the volume to 0, we're going to try it again. You know, we're going to try it again, even though...
Maxwell donated $15. Right. Julian donated
well, you can't... Oh, Lord, that's worse. Really? You think so? You think that was louder? That was way louder. Oh, thank you for... I was a little up in the air on that. Personally, I fell off my chair about it. Yeah. You'll live with the dings. You know, life is hard. You'll live. To continue reading this article, create your free account. Fuck you. Satellite footage suggests Russia ICBM launch test was a disaster. That's pretty cool. You know, people have been speculating for a while now that Russia's ICBM and nuclear capabilities are pretty much washed on account of just wear and degradation and half-lives on tritium or whatever. According to satellite photos, the Russian Sarmat ICBM probably detonated during a test earlier this month. Huh. A crater roughly 200 feet wide. Like, genuinely, if a all-out nuclear war started, even if the only nation to fire the missiles was Russia, they would probably suffer more damage than us from how many of them would fall in their own territory or just explode on the launch pad. Yeah, maybe it's all going to be okay. Gotcha, Benjamin. Well, that means we honor Cody, you know? Cody's donation echoes. They'd all be dirty bombs. I think all war is dirty. In my opinion. Open and free. I'm sure you have a link already, but the Mehdi Hassan versus Eylon Levy debate was quite remarkable. I don't have the link already, as a matter of fact. Eylon Levy is the person who was so sociopathically Zionist that George Galloway said, I'm not going to argue with someone from Israel, and then Eylon Levy grew up to be an advocate for Israel? Or am I thinking of someone else entirely? True, Christopher. He pretended to be a government official. So am I thinking of someone else entirely? Eylon Levy. I recognize this guy's face, that's for sure. Yeah, the British-Israeli figure. Is this not the guy who encountered George Galloway? Or is that a... Okay, I might be, like, mixing... You once affectionately called Eylon Levy Israeli Goebbels. Okay. That sounds about right. In popular culture, eyebrow incident and memes. Well. Everyone gotta be famous for something. Should we watch this? We were all gonna do the fucking Veritasium thing. Not Veritasium. The, Jubilee thing. We're in for a big day. Oh, stream's gonna run late. I can feel it. Did you see 14% of Republicans saying they will, quote, take action to overturn the election if he loses? Yeah, like, again, I hate to be like a broken clock on this, not a broken clock, sorry, a broken record on this one, and this is why it's so important to donate to PV, so, you know, we get a chance to see these guys flip their shit. But democracy is incompatible with the media sources that are causing people to be like this. These 14% of Republicans aren't the way they are because of some innate feature of their brain. They're not the way they are because they wake up every day and think, oh, I'm evil and I want to do evil things. They are the way they are because they're exposed to bad information. Not just a little bit of bad information. Enormous amounts of it, non-stop, all the time, for their entire lives. Talk radio, the internet forums they find themselves on, the news sites they go to, the TV shows they watch, or the news TV shows, you know, whatever. Constant, non-stop. And democracy can't survive them. And any action taken to defend democracy from total collapse into fascism is a pro-democracy move. Ergo, the silencing of the media sources that are destroying this country would be a pro-democracy move. That's not like a trick of rhetoric. That's not like a logical contradiction. It is an obvious and straightforward fact of reality, and the only people who disagree with it are the ones who want democracy to collapse into fascism. The only people who argue against that point are the people who want democracy to lose, are the people who are like, no, you believe in democracy. You have no choice but to let us brainwash 100 million Americans into being militant fascists. Exactly, just like Ukraine removing pro-Russian political parties while being invaded by Russia. Nearly half of Republicans say they won't accept the results of the presidential election if their candidate loses, and some of them say they would, quote, take action to overturn the results, according to data released Tuesday. Nice. About a quarter of Democrats said they won't accept the results if their candidate loses, and fewer Democrats than Republicans said they would take action to overturn. Well, wait, what percent? 1,000 American households, June 10th to June 18th. 11% of Democrats say they would take action. What do Democrats saying they would take action look like? Is, I guess, what I'm curious about. Because we already kind of have a format for what it looks like when Republican voters flip their shit about losing an election. What would the Democrats... Will you accept the election result? I don't know what accepting the election results means. If listen, as far as I'm concerned, the only legitimate vote in this country is the popular vote. If like Hillary, I don't accept Hillary Clinton's defeat in 2016 because she won the popular vote. Like, what do you mean by accept? Like, legally, Trump won in 2016, but I think the Electoral College is bullshit. It kind of depends on what you mean by accept. Like, do you think they cheated? Well, I don't think Trump cheated in 2016. I just think the Electoral College is bullshit. It's important to know what you mean when you say don't accept, because what Republicans mean when they say they don't accept is that they think Democrats cheated. So what do Democrats mean? Do they think Republicans cheated? Do they think that the results are just naturally unjust? I don't really know. Last week, the Public Religion Research Institute found that 1 in 6 Americans support political violence, including about 1 in 4 Republicans. Definitely not a good sign that significantly more Republicans support political violence than Democrats. We want to get those numbers at least equal. Oh my god, I didn't even realize that the opening quote line for the title of this video is "You're a sociopath." I assume that's Elon Levy saying that, because that doesn't sound like something Hassan would say, but...
Whew. Good evening, everybody. I am so sorry about the late start. I very frequent knows that they work in the
and that to really
rage and fear and anger.
Thank you, Blaine.
It's why this debate matters. War justice. And gentlemen, thanks each of you for being here tonight.
It brings me no pleasure to say Mehdi Hassan is getting marginally suit-mogged on the opening. You know, this is why you want a full-cut suit and not the modern slim-fit stuff.
Let's start it with a handshake, and then we can begin the debate.
Glad to take this
It's
offline.
over.
Thank you.
It's over.
So let's get to our opening.
This is far too long to cover. You should pre-watch to pick segments if you cover it. That doesn't work. First of all, you people are spoiled. We used to watch like insanely long shit on this channel. I know that like everything eventually over time flanderizes itself and caters to the ADHD, which I have as well, by the way. So I'm not like, you know, hating on that too much. But we used to watch some long videos on this channel. And second of all, very important, okay? If you pre-watch something, you take the soul out of it. That's why I never pre-watch. You know? I come in like a buffoon every day. Every day I'm Listen, okay? I don't consume political content when I'm not streaming, okay? I am like the Baron Harkonnen, all right? When stream is over, I lumber into a gigantic pool of ointment that I submerge my head into and rest for 18 hours until when the stream time begins yet again, I emerge, I levitate above it and float over to my studio and sit down and go right back to it, okay? I'm in the goddamn sensory deprivation chamber when I'm not streaming, because every day I wake up like fresh-faced, apple-cheeked, ready to experience life anew. And that's how you get the fresh takes out of me.
Statements. We want each of you to take a few minutes to explain why you're answering yes or no to our question: were Israel's actions in the Gaza war justified? And when I say were, I just want to be clear, we chose that word to talk about Israel's immediate actions after what happened on October 7th up through today. It's everything. It's not this moment, it's not that moment, it's the course of things. Elon, you are up first. Your answer to the question is
Can I 1 times 1 that? I have a feeling today's stream is going to run very long. So I'm going to 1 times 1 this, because we might have 2 massive videos to cover plus news.
Yes, the floor is yours. Please tell us why.
On October 7th, Hamas perpetrated an act of genocide against the people of Israel.
No.
Its death squads invaded with a clear mission: to massacre as many people as they could, as sadistically as they could, and to take survivors as hostages. Hamas had a strategy. to lure Israel into an urban war and generate enough suffering that the world would pressure Israel to leave Hamas alone.
Israel's always the victim. They're being lured by like a ragtag group of terrorists and Islamist fighters when Israel is backed by the most powerful military on earth. You know, Israel's always just reacting to the things that happen to them. They're never the actor. They always react. Classic. Can you turn closed captions on? The closed captions suck on YouTube, like by default. I've already seen this. It's a great debate. It's only been out for 16 hours. Oh my God. I'm always late to the punch. I see. Also, the obsession with the narrative that Hamas was trying to massacre people in the most, like, vicious and painful way possible. Again, like, it is, to me, in many ways, like the kind of extremist obsession you see with fascists, where, like, Hamas fighters can't just be terrorists or militants who are okay with civilian death. They have to all be, like, individually, like, you know, crazy, sociopathic, sadistic Hannibal Lecter types. I mean, look, Israel's the one right now that's, you know, throwing a goddamn celebration over the systemic rapes they're committing against the imprisoned Palestinians. In terms of, like, deliberately manufactured suffering, I think you can make a lot stronger of a case against Israel. Yeah, it's not enough that Hamas be, like, an oppositional political force. They all have to be cartoonishly evil.
To do it again and again. Hamas slaughtered 1,200 people on that day at a music festival and in their beds. They cremated little children alive. They perpetrated barbaric acts of sexual violence. They beheaded, tortured, and mutilated their victims alive and dead, and they did it with glee. And then they took...
Say like this, did it with glee. Like, this is this narrativizing about, like, Hamas aren't just evil. And a lot of the people in Hamas are, like, really bad. They're, like, Islamist, like, crazy anti-Semite. Like, yeah, no, we're not defending Hamas, but it's about the narrative, right?
Over 250 hostages, including little children, paraded them through the streets of Gaza to jeering crowds, hid them in tunnels and homes where they are being starved and tortured and raped and executed. It was the deadliest terror attack in world history after 9/11, the bloodiest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, and the opening shot of the Iranian regime's regional war against Israel.
Fascists always overreach with their rhetoric. Yeah, the jeering crowds, like, implicating all of Gaza, not just Hamas. All the hostages have been done as being, like, tortured, sexually assaulted. We know that's not true. Like, the conditions that the hostages have been kept in have varied significantly. Many of them have died due to Israel. It's the goal here is essentially, like, Israel is civilization and Hamas are barbarians. Like, that's essentially, like, the actual point of the narrative, right? That they're innately evil, they're fundamentally different. There's no, like, sociology to it, there's no history to it, there's no, like, you know, near a century of apartheid you can point to as a instigatory method. Like, it's just you have good and evil.
7 fronts. At this point, Israel faced a choice, as Hamas immediately threatened to do it again and again until Israel was destroyed. To do nothing.
How could Hamas ever destroy Israel? How does that even work? Come on.
Or to do something. Both would have consequences. Doing nothing meant letting Hamas get away with October 7th, leave it free to do it again and again, only this time with thousands of dangerous terrorists released from jail and with its popularity skyrocketing.
I mean, you could do this in the exact opposite direction. Like the barbarity that Israel has inflicted on Gaza. You could say from Hamas's perspective, what is Hamas supposed to do? Not do October 7th? Because if you don't do October 7th, you're telling Israel they can get away with doing the barbarity and the apartheid again and again and again. This argument goes in both directions, though Hamas has a better claim to it, obviously, because Israel's the one with the systemic power here. It doesn't work.
That's not an option. Doing something meant targeting Hamas's terrorists in accordance with international law in order to dismantle their ability to wage war.
It's a good thing that, like, international law hasn't condemned Israel then, or that'd be, like, super awkward.
And live out that threat to do it again and again. That was the choice that Israel faced after October 7th. Now, after October 7th, that campaign to bring Hamas down and bring the hostages home was the only moral response. Hamas exists for the sake of war.
Which is why Netanyahu's been shooting down hostage release deals for like 10 months now. Yeah.
For the sake of peace, it must go. Let me explain Israel's strategy. Israel's strategy is to get civilians out of harm's way so that it can target Hamas's terrorist infrastructure under their feet.
Of course, Hamas's terrorist infrastructure is always right in the center of refugee camps, hospitals, and other places where people are. Curiously, a lot of Hamas infrastructure is in the family homes of Palestinian journalists who would have otherwise been able to record, the IDF's activities in Gaza. Apparently, Hamas activities have been recorded in the middle of the safe zones that Israel specifically designated as places that, the refugees could go unharmed. So, yeah, tunnels under school children's soccer fields, tunnels in the minds of Palestinian children. You know how it goes.
Hamas's strategy is to keep civilians in harm's way so that it can use them to shield their military infrastructure.
They've already done this rhetoric with Lebanon, too. Literally, like, the moment they have their eyes set on Lebanon, they do the exact same thing, the exact same rhetoric. Oh, yeah, Lebanon has developed sophisticated cruise missile launch systems that have been retrofitted into what look like residential houses. Like, yeah, man, Hezbollah, the giant military force, is every residential home in southern Lebanon could be actually a military base. We have no choice but to do blanket strikes, which they've already begun doing. They killed hundreds of Lebanese civilians just yesterday.
Israel left Gaza in 2005 and never wanted to go back, but Hamas seized power 2 years later, started firing rockets at our cities, and rigged Gaza's urban landscape for war.
That's so true, man. Israel didn't want to go back to Gaza after they left in occupation. That's so true. Nothing but interest in an independent Gaza from Israel since, 2005 onward? Netanyahu's just, he loved the idea of a completely independent, uninvolved Israel in Gaza. That is so true.
He dug a network of military tunnels 1.5 times longer than New York subway under homes and schools and hospitals. They booby-trapped tens of thousands of buildings. They started firing rockets at our homes and our towns from inside their schools and their hospitals. In response, Israel's actions are to target Hamas's terrorists and to take unprecedented efforts to keep their civilians safe from their own leader's sick strategy to sacrifice them on the altar of jihad.
This is, again, it's the rhetoric of fascist. They can't, a fascist, a Zionist, can't merely make a claim. They have to make it to a point of absurdity. Israel has gone to the greatest lengths imaginable to protect civilians and to prevent people from being altered on the altar to jihad. Altar to jihad? What the fuck are you talking about? You can never just make a claim. It always has to be elevated to absurdity, Yeah, the world's most moral army. October 7th was the deadliest terror attack. Well, it depends on what you mean by terror attack, man. It's always stuff like this.
Why it keeps repeatedly urging them to get out of harm's way from Hamas strongholds and flooding the area with over 1 million tons of aid, because it keeps saying this is a war against Hamas, not the people of Gaza. Now, the suffering of my neighbors in Gaza is horrific. I blame their psychopath leaders for launching this war, fighting it inside civilian areas, and refusing to release the hostages and surrender. Now, tonight's debate is about whether Israel's actions in the war in Gaza are justified, in a context in which I hope we can all agree none of the enemy's actions are justified. Because we are fighting a jihadist army that has as much respect for humanity and law as Mehdi Hassan has for the truth. Mehdi may say,
I see who they filled the audience with.
Hamas's acts on October 7th, but he will not condemn its strategy because he is part of its strategy. Hamas is counting on its defense attorney to shield it from the consequences of the war that it started and deflect blame onto Israel so it can do October 7th again, maybe because they share a goal that Israel shouldn't exist. Mehdi Hassan will say tonight that October 7th does not...
Again, it's no claim can be made in moderation. If you take any criticism, if you make any criticism of Israel's actions, it's internationally condemned actions, you're essentially like a jihadist who wants October 7th to happen again. It's the kind of insane hyperbole that you so often see by internet neo-Nazis, where like a cartoon adaptation of an old comic book that has a black character that used to be white is tantamount to white genocide. It's exactly the same kind of like insane, hysterical, alarmist screeching that like genuinely seems psychotic from the outside, but when you observe it and the psychology of the people who make it, it's not necessarily that they believe what they're saying, it's that they believe the sentiment of what they're saying. They use it as a weapon. If you actually grilled them down to the facts of it, they would have 1,000 deflections. They wouldn't, you know, they wouldn't stand by its central tenets.
Not justify Israel's actions in this horrible war. My question then is this.
Ilan, I'm sorry, your time is up.
What does October 7th?
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you. Mehdi? Ilan, in already calling your opponent a liar, you have already crossed one of the lines of the culture that we try to establish here. I wish you hadn't.
I don't mind. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
You don't.
Is this Levy bastard not on Netanyahu's shit list? Okay, if I remember correctly, this guy, like, was an Israeli official, and he was so over the top and monstrous, he made Israel look bad, and there was a dispute between him and Netanyahu's wife, because Netanyahu's wife thought that he was trying to, like, undermine Netanyahu with his behavior, and he ended up getting sacked. That's what I remember.
Need to do that to make your case, please. Mehdi Hasan, you are answering no in answer to the question, were Israel's actions in the Gaza war justified?
All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, the question, were they justified? Were the actions justified?
And it would be great if you didn't feel the need to respond to the personal attack, because it'll waste
We'll
time.
decide when we get there, John. Were they justified? No, obviously not. Of course not. October the 7th, I think we can all agree, was a crime, a war crime, right? We can all agree on that. And taking hostages is a war crime. And those hostages should be released. But to destroy an entire place, an entire people in response is never justified. Never justified. How are we still... I don't understand how we're debating this more than 40,000 deaths later. I don't understand how we're still debating this sitting in the comfort of New York, 7,000 miles away from a place that the UN Secretary General has called hell on earth. Justified? Justified?
He's so fucking
Was Israel
good, man.
justified in carrying out one of the most intense civilian punishment campaigns in history, according to Dr. Robert Pape at the University of Chicago, dropping 500-pound bombs, 1,000-pound bombs, 2,000-pound bombs on schools, hospitals, universities, bookstores, libraries, mosques, churches, refugee camps, apartment buildings, cemeteries, destroying a higher percentage of buildings in northern Gaza than the Allies destroyed in Dresden during World War II, reducing Gaza to 42 million tons of rubble while they got people out of the way? How is that justified?
You remember when the Biden administration, in showing like perhaps a sliver of one vertebra of a spine, briefly delayed providing Israel with 2,000-pound bombs, a weapon which can only be used for collateral damage. A 2,000-pound bomb produces an explosion which is so large that it cannot be used in an urban warfare context without, like, at the very least, they're endangering, likely killing civilians. They've certainly killed a lot of civilians. And Israel instantly screeched about how Biden was preventing them from fighting the war and he wanted Hamas to win and so forth, right? Their precision 2,000-pound bombs? Yeah, that's true.
A bomb, for example, on a 6-story apartment building in central Gaza last October, killing more than 100 people inside, including more than 50 children.
The 2,000-pound bombs can burst people's organs over a block away. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I feel like it's really difficult to talk about something like precision strikes. America can do precision strikes. As much monstrous stuff as we've done, we have the technology and the capability to do very, 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 very careful strikes when we want to and when we have the intel to. Like our cute little sword missiles, you know? Very cool stuff. Not to say that we use them responsibly, just saying we have the ability. Israel also has the ability. The number of civilian deaths that Israel has caused with weapons that are capable of avoiding civilian deaths is deliberate. It's not just them being careless. They have weapons that are capable of precision strikes, and they're choosing not to use them. They have the ability with their intel, with their... The Gaza Strip is tiny. It doesn't take much to get a full, assessment of the situation. Who's where. You can get live satellite feeds. It's not hard. They have the intel. They choose not to use it. They choose to kill indiscriminately. Also, we've hit $6,000 to help Kamala Harris beat Trump. Kamala Harris, as soon as she gets in, she's going to fix the whole Middle East problem, folks. She's going to be a friend to everyone. Israel, Hamas, Iran, I'm telling you, it's going to work. ! PV donate, folks.
With no Hamas target in sight, according to Human Rights Watch, with no explanation offered by the
Assad.
Israeli military. Even till today, was that justified, Elon? Was Israel justified in telling people to go to safe zones and then bombing them and killing them in those safe zones? According to NBC, there were 7 deadly airstrikes between January and April in areas that the Israeli military had specifically designated as safe zones, killing Palestinian civilians like Sabrine Sakani, who was 30 weeks pregnant at the time. She was killed in a safe zone in April. Her little baby, newborn baby, died less than a week later. Was that justified too, Elon? Was Israel justified in killing a record number of kids in Gaza, 16,000 children, turning Gaza into what the UN has called a graveyard for children, according to Save the Children, killing more kids in the first 3 weeks that were killed globally in each of the past 4 years?
Can we get him on the 1v20 Jubilee videos? I think that would be very good content. Jubilee, are you watching this? I'm just saying. It wouldn't be very fair, but,
Killing little kids like 6-year-old Hind Rajab and her 15-year-old sister Leanne, firing 335 bullets into the car they were in. 335 bullets. And then killing the 2 paramedics who went to try and rescue them. Was that justified too, Elon? Was Israel justified in killing a record number of aid workers in Gaza? Right? A record number. Targeting again and again, systematically, car by car, according to Chef Jose Andres, a specifically, explicitly marked World Central Kitchen aid convoy killing 7 aid workers in the process. Was that justified? Was Israel justified in starving the people of Gaza, using food and water as a weapon of war, to quote both the EU and Oxfam? Was Israel justified in blocking aid trucks from going into Gaza simply because they carry things like crutches?
Jackass is not smiling now. Well, Elon Levy's trying not to come from the graphic descriptions of all the Palestinians who have been killed. So he can't smile. He's very focused right now.
Clippers and even chocolate croissants, according to the Washington Post. Was Israel justified in raping, sodomizing Palestinian detainees who were charged with no crimes whatsoever? Putting hot rods up their rectums. Amputating their limbs, according to CNN and the New York Times. Was that rape and torture justified, Elon? Israel, according to the ICC chief prosecutor, who put out a statement calling for the arrest of Elon's...
I've been trying to donate to PV, but I'm not a U.S. citizen, so I don't have a U.S. passport number. Yes, you cannot donate to PV if you're not a U.S. citizen. That's why in the click here to accept terms and conditions at the bottom of the credit card fill-in, it says, I swear on penalty of the United States government assassinating me that I am a U.S. citizen. So there is a reason for that. But you have donated to me, so that's kind of like donating to PV, in the sense that I will also save America from Trump. Thank you.
Former boss, Benjamin Netanyahu, said that Israel may have military goals, legitimate goals, but the way they're carried out, killing innocent people, starving people, is criminal, he said. Criminal, think about that. Elon Levy is a former spokesperson for a man who the ICC chief prosecutor once arrested for war crimes. Elon himself has produced a number of lies, sorry, John, in service of those war crimes. He has a bunch of tweets still up tonight which say that babies were beheaded on October the 7th, babies were baked in ovens, babies were ripped from their mother's wombs. October 7th was bad enough, but Elon had to exaggerate it for atrocity purposes. Those tweets are still up. Why would you trust anything this man says to you tonight?
Yeah, see, that's kind of the point that I make too, right? You could never... See, maybe this is just because I'm a different kind of guy, but when Hamas killed a bunch of Israeli civilians on October 7th, I thought that was bad. I know, crazy stuff, right? I thought that was really morally wrong for them to do that, but that's not enough to the fascist, because to the fascist it always, again, they did the same thing with blood libel, right? In the totality of Germany and Poland and all the places where there were Jews before the Holocaust, did any Jew ever do anything wrong? Well, sure, they're people, right? But that's never enough. It's never enough to use reality, because the fascist despises reality. They have to invent an imaginary, hyperbolized reality in which they are ludicrously morally in the right, and their enemies are disgustingly, demonically, and it's never for sociological reasons. The fascist can never acknowledge that environmental conditions shape people. Because if you do that, then you have to ask, what environmental conditions have Palestinians been subjected to that might make them not like Israel? Oh, hold on. Now we're getting into history we don't want to look into. No, 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 no. So instead, we reject sociology, we reject history, we look only at the supposed innate character of men's souls. And that's why fascists are always giving you the insane. It's like with Haitians, right now in Springfield. I ask you, have you seen any effort from the right-wing media who are, who have bought into the Haitian eating pets, whatever, so-and-so? Have you seen any of them delve into the history of Haiti? I know that sounds like a trite question, but like, if the accusation is Haitian migrants are eating pets, well, that would kind of imply like a great deal of hunger or desperation on their part. Is there any have any of them gone like, well, maybe if they're doing that, the reason they're doing that is because Haiti is like miserably poor? Have you seen any of that? Because I haven't. In their propaganda, Haitians eat cats and dogs because they are less developed people. There's no room for sociology. There's no room for environment. That's it. And that's what we're seeing here. You all understand what I'm saying, right? I hope this makes sense. It's just ways, it's patterns. It's patterns you can identify.
Look, he's here. He's here. He's here to gaslight you, to defend the indefensible, to excuse the inexcusable, to justify the unjustifiable, but you don't need to. Tonight you can choose to be on the side not of cruelty, not of criminality, but on the side of the innocent people of Gaza who are being killed as we speak tonight, as we speak, by Elon's former colleagues in the Israeli military on the orders of Elon's former bosses in the Israeli government. So yes, I choose to oppose this horrific and homicidal motion. Thank you.
Notice how a seasoned debater, maybe one of the most seasoned debaters, Mehdi Hasan, did not go point by point responding to what the fascist said, but rather led with his own strong opening argument, only referring to tendencies in or patterns in what the fascist said. Very smart, very good, very demure.
So we're going to have a discussion with that's a little bit looser in format. But
Mehdi Hasan is literally you, except he doesn't misspeak. Don't denigrate him. He's a far better debater than I am or ever will be. I'm totally okay with admitting that. Man's a generational talent. We got to respect that.
First thing I want to say to each of you is, this mutual urination contest is not helping us understand the principles involved. All right, you think he tells untruths, you think he tells untruths. You don't need to keep hitting that point, I hope, to make your argument. And again, it's not what we're about.
Soy.
Ilan, I heard you in your opening statement say that the only moral response was for Israel to try to take Hamas down and to get the hostages home. I heard your opponent say that the manner in which it's happening is just enormous overreach with enormous consequences for an enormous number of people that he would certainly say, and I think a number of others would agree, are innocent people, not all of them, but some of them, and that represents an unjustifiable response. What we're talking about, it seems like, is proportionality. And I want you to address the issue of proportionality. This has been calculated in a number of ways. People have said that, as you said, it was the worst terrorist attack since September 11, 2001. But others would say that the number of people killed on both sides is wildly out of balance and therefore disproportionate. There's an issue to be discussed here. There's a principle to be discussed here, and that's proportionality. And what, in your view, justifies the proportionality that Israel has stepped up to in its response? And again, because I want things to move back and forth, I'll probably jump in on you after about 90 seconds, just so you have a sense.
Israel's response is proportionate to the threat that we face, which is the threat of annihilation. After perpetrating the savage atrocities of October 7th, the first thing Hamas did was deny that it did them. The second thing that it did was to threaten to do it again and again until Israel is destroyed. That is what is at stake. If this war ends with Hamas free, emboldened, and empowered to perpetrate more October 7th massacres, thinking that the world will keep saving it from the wars that it started. Now, proportionality is a term in international law. It doesn't mean that if they kill 1,000 people, you kill 1,000 people and call it quits. It means that for each strike The anticipated collateral damage, the damage to civilians, cannot be excessive to the anticipated military goal.
And your argument is that that has been the principle Israel has observed?
Every military expert who has observed Israel's military efforts, including just recently in the Times, the Deputy Supreme Commander of NATO, has said that Israel is fighting in the most complicated urban battlefield that the world has ever seen, and he's satisfied that its rules of engagement and standard procedures are at least as rigorous as the UK and other Western allies. That's the former Deputy Supreme Commander of NATO.
Mehdi.
So I actually want to agree. I want to agree with something Elon said. Proportionality is a difficult subject, and we shouldn't talk about this in abstract. X number here, Y number there. Let's talk specifics. The problem with a lot of spokespersons of Israel is they want to talk in abstract. I want to talk in specifics. So if we talk about proportionality, we talk about discrimination, we talk about war crimes. Last October, shortly after October 7th, Israeli forces struck a 3-story residential building in Gaza City. They killed 15 members of the Al-Dos family, 7 children. According to Amnesty International, the survivors say no warnings. Elon told us there were warnings. No warnings were given to evacuate. Amnesty found no evidence of any military targets in the area, and Israel to this day has offered no explanation for that strike. So for the dead Al-Dos family members, Elon, can you tell us why they were killed?
Mr. Hassan, the IDF does not owe you immediate answers, and the fact that...
That's the debate in a nutshell right there. Israel's fighting the most moral war ever. Okay, why did you just randomly murk this apartment building for no reason that no one has gotten an explanation for? We don't owe you an explanation for our methods. Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? That's pretty much a justification that you'd get, yeah. And keep in mind, by the way, that's not an unreasonable ask. A military is a massive bureaucratic organization. You can account for every missile fired. Like, nobody, it's not like you hit a button, 12 missiles get fired. It's like, oh yeah, we fired 12 missiles. The location, what fired them, who was behind the control pit or whatever, who hit the button, where the missiles landed, what their trajectories were. All of these are kept. They're logged. They're important information. They're all out there. None of this is like, it's not like World War II, where the way you did bombing was literally like you sent a bunch of planes and the pilot would look out the window to see if there were lights below and then hit the big button that opened the bomb bay, right? Like that, it's the modern military. They can keep track of every round. They literally do. If you have served in the US military, then you will know. You can't fire a shot and have it go unlogged. You can't like run off on a patrol and then randomly empty your magazine into like a stop sign or whatever, and then come back and like no one knows, no one cares. Where the fuck did those 30 bullets go? Excuse me, where did those 30 bullets go? You gotta file some paperwork now, motherfucker. The IDF knows where it sends its missiles. It just doesn't care that it's killing innocent people.
Amnesty speaks. The fact that Amnesty speaks to local witnesses intimidated by Hamas does not mean that there was not a military target.
But was there? Because Israel has never said there was a military target.
Hamas booby-trapped.
And there, right there again, if people have said there was no military target, it's because they were intimidated by Hamas. But then, as Hassan points out, the IDF has never claimed there was a military target. So the fascist is making these claims presumptively without even knowing that was the defense offered by the IDF. To him, it doesn't matter what the specific defense was because he just likes it when Palestinians are killed. He's not interested in resolving this. This is not an issue he's curious about. The fascist has no interest in knowing why the IDF killed those Palestinians because he knows it's because they're Palestinians. So he has no curiosity. The question is answered to him. He just can't be honest with it.
40% of Gaza's buildings. It dug tunnels underneath homes and schools.
We're back to generalities, Elon.
No, not
Why did you kill 15 members of the Al-Dos family?
I do not know, and I do not need to explain every single strike.
You do. That's what you're here today to explain.
Mehdi,
no, Mr. Hassan. Because in this war, Israel is seeking to neutralize the threat of a terrorist army that has a deliberate strategy.
I'm going to have to get the mic cut switched, please.
Civilians.
Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Hamas has a deliberate strategy of sacrificing its innocent civilians, and this is a strategy that you are enabling by always deflecting blame onto Israel instead of considering the real...
Deflecting blame onto Israel for a strike Israel did. Like, the specific thing that he brought up was a strike Israel did. How dare you suggest Israel might be responsible for a targeted strike by the IDF.
Question of why Hamas built its military assets into civilian areas. Under international law, Israel is obligated to give precaution where those feasible precautions are possible.
Okay,
and it has done that by
let Mehdi come in, please.
I need to say two things. To be clear. To be clear.
6,500, by the way. You guys are killing it.
15 people were killed, 7 children. You were spokesperson for the Israeli government at the time. Israel has never given an explanation. When you say I do not need to explain myself, you literally do. You were the spokesperson for the government that committed a war crime, and you came to a debate tonight to defend war crimes.
It's literally your job. Like, that's it. It's not, you're not just like a random defender of the topic. Was explicitly your job. It's insane. It's insane. It's insane.
So you literally do. Number two, you'll notice, John, how Elon quickly went to abstract generalities. Let's talk specifics. Let's talk about tunnels. I think it's abhorrent to hide tunnels under civilian targets. I wish they didn't do that. But when Israel shoots children in the head, 3 American doctors went to Gaza. Dr. Feyyaz Sidwa, Dr. Irfan Galaria, and a Jewish American doctor called Dr. Mark Perlmutter. All of them came back at separate times, said children were brought into hospitals we were in with gunshot to the head, sniper shots. Perfect. Exact targets. There is no tunnel that justifies shooting toddlers.
Well, now there's a tunnel in their head.
In the head. Israeli snipers. Or you can tell us why. You can defend that.
Mehdi, forgive me for going abstract, but
and by the way, I should note this idea of like, so Hamas objectively uses human shields, 100%. That's miserable behavior. However, it's a very asymmetrically made claim. First of all, the Gaza Strip is incredibly dense. You know, it's almost impossible to construct military infrastructure within it without there being at least the threat of adjacency to civilians. Not saying they don't up that deliberately, they do. But also, military infrastructure is kept adjacent to civilian infrastructure all over the world. Like, all over the world. It's not as though Israel doesn't have military infrastructure that's embedded in its civilian populations. Like, they do. And it's you know, we have an asymmetrical response to this as well, where if an Israeli civilian is killed in the process of an attack on an IDF facility, which was to an extent what happened during October 7th, Hamas was deliberately killing many civilians, but if you wanted to use like an Israeli tier, anything is justified as long as it's intended as an attack against a military target, you could apply that there as well. But then that gets treated like, you know, deliberate attacks on civilians, which they are, but then when Israel does the same thing, it doesn't. Does that make sense? Like, we have a very different standard, where if we applied Israel's standard for what they can get away with because they're targeting a military target, then you could apply that to so many terrorist groups. A double standard, if you will. I know I'm so smart for recognizing one of those exists here.
I do want to go to some principles here. So you are listing a number of specific incidents that you feel cumulatively add up to a very, very much an overreaction.
War crimes, John, not an overreaction, war crimes.
All right, you call them war crimes.
A great example of this is when I was in Rojava, when ISIS was about to be kicked out of a town, they'd take the remaining civilians hostage in order to secure a safe retreat. We had to let them do it. Yeah, the solution to human shields is generally not to shoot the shields, you know? That's normally like, pardon me for being soy and Reddit-pilled for a moment, but like my understanding while watching like movies is that that's the bad thing, right? That's the thing we make fun of Spetsnaz for, right? When there was that hostage situation and Russian special forces went in and murked everyone, like the hostages, the terrorists, everyone. Like I thought, like that was met with international condemnation, but I guess we just accept it when Israel does it.
In not so much in the abstract, but what would have been an appropriate response to what happened that would not cross the line to proportionality?
That school, Pasada Shan, the one where the hostages got I forget the name.
I'll answer that in two ways. One is, I'm not someone who has ever, and you can look at my record on this, whether it's the UK, the US, both of my countries, I'm American, British, I've criticized targeted assassinations, even by the US and the UK. I'm the loser, and people in New York, there's going to be an unpopular statement, who says that people like bin Laden should be tried, not assassinated. That's who I'm, a stinking liberal. But given we live in a world where America, Britain, Israel, multiple countries, India is now accused of targeting its enemies, killing assassinations, you could have tried to take out the leaders of the group without wiping out the entire place. I find it interesting that Israel, hold on. I find it interesting that Israel was able to pinpoint kill Ismail Haniyeh in a house in a foreign country. But when it comes to Gaza, when it comes to the Gaza Strip, they had to wipe
Israel, when making like targeted attacks outside the country, pager bombs, walkie-talkie bombs, pinpoint strikes that get their targets. You know, Israel when Gaza is 4 feet next to them. You know, they have the weapons. They have the ability to do precise strikes. They just don't care.
Out the whole place. They had to reduce it to 42 million tons of rubble. And one final point, I just got on factual points. Elon, they're not your neighbors, they're people you occupy, just to be clear.
So
that's also true. He did that. I didn't point it out. That's on me. The Israeli fascists love to dance on the point of like Gaza being not Israel, but also not a separate country. In a way, they kind of treat it like a colony, which is apropos, right? Because that kind of is what it is. It's a colonized settlement. But they don't want to acknowledge that it's colonized. So they do this weird thing where, like, the Palestinians aren't ours, but they're... Like, objectively, the Gaza Strip is under the Israeli umbrella of... I don't know what you say, like, permitted violence, you know? Whether or not you think that's legally just, that is the de facto state of affairs. It's under their control. But clearly not a part of the same country. I mean, not legally, certainly not socially, not the way they talk about it. So is it an occupation? Well, of course it is. But the fascist here would talk about them like neighbors, like they're a separate country, while still controlling their water supply.
I'm hoping you'll let point number 2 slide, and please take on point number 1. Mehdi's saying that there would have been a self-defense response that he feels might have been more appropriate, that he also feels would have been within the capability of the Israeli military. What's your response to that?
No, just the general pattern of argumentation we're seeing here. Gosh, October 7th was terrible. Hamas shouldn't have done that. Gosh, Hamas built tunnels under schools and hospitals. It shouldn't have done that. The question is what Israel may legitimately do once
No, that's not the question I asked you.
No, but I'm explaining.
It's what you did.
And his response...
It's what you did.
And Mr. Hassan's response is, well, if Israel could take out a terrorist leader thousands of miles away who wasn't expecting that he could be targeted, surely it can reach the terrorists who are hiding inside a bunker, under a hospital, probably surrounded by hostages as human shields. Hamas rigged the battlefield. Hamas rigged the battlefield to shield its military assets under civilians, and it left Israel with no option of getting to those leaders.
Okay, no option, no other option. No option is what your opponent is saying.
So first of all, as we've discussed, and I'm here all night.
There's one psycho lady in the audience that screams every time the fascist talks. Yeah, there is. I think there are more people here who support Hassan, which makes sense considering where he is, but there's like a small, extremely screechy contingent of people who yell every time the fascist says anything.
Can take his time. They killed 15 members of the Doss family, 7 children.
We can continue this at the reception afterwards if you want.
I'll happily ask you, why did the government that you served in kill 15 innocent people in an apartment building? Hold on, this is very important because there's no evidence Hamas was there. He's not even tried to make that claim.
Mehdi, just in the interest of time, you've asked it. It's become a rhetorical question.
It's crucial to the argument.
He's saying
it's not. No, it's soy. It's not rhetorical. The fact that the IDF can't account for it or just chooses not to is actually the point. Like, if the IDF can indiscriminately kill civilians with no explanation or justification, and then, like, there's nothing after that, that's the point. That proves the entire point right there. No just or moral military could engage in that behavior and get away with it.
He's saying there was no... When he says there was no other option, what is your response to that?
Well, no one in the world agrees with that. That's why Israel's become a pariah in the world, because even...
What was the option, Mr. Hassan? What would you have
Joe
had
Biden,
us do?
even Joe Biden, the most
What does October 7th justify?
I already answered that question. Even Joe Biden, the most pro-Israel president of my lifetime, who has backed Israel with weapons and arms, has gone on the record saying too much indiscriminate bombing. You've killed too many innocent people. Even the people on your own side say you're killing too many people, Elon. But you will not accept that.
Mr. Hassan, too many people have been killed. The number of people who should have been killed.
Too many people have been killed, not assigning like blame or responsibility, even though 90%, 95%, whatever, a significant, overwhelming percentage of the people who have been killed by the IDF, you know.
Zero. Too many people were killed when Hamas's psychopath leaders. When Hamas's psychopath leaders.
Psychopath leaders, again, we refer once more to psychology. It can't be that material... And pardon me for like the Marxist soy analysis over here, but it is very, very important. They must always be animals. This is like the fundamental belief of the fascist when assigning the in-group and out-group. The out-group can never just be a group of people with different beliefs, because if you accept that it's just a group of people with different beliefs, that invites questions. Why do they have those different beliefs? What led them to have those beliefs? They have to be animals. They always have to be animals. And the fascist here will constantly refer to them as such. And we see these patterns emerge all over the place with the Haitians. Anti-Semites do this with Jews as well. There's never any thought given to why they believe the things they believe, which is one of the reasons why I try to engage with the psychology of people who I disagree with, even when I really fucking hate them, which is why I'm talking about the psychology here or the beliefs of the fascist. I don't think his brain is innately different to mine, I guess, apart from the fact that like everyone's brain is different because we're all different or whatever. But like, I don't think there's a categorical difference between my brain and the brain of Elon Levy or whatever. I don't think that he was born different in a way that made him the monster that he is now. I think that, you know, conditions, exposure, blah, 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 blah. We've talked about this in fascist circles in America, in Israel, everywhere. You know, you have to understand why people become the way they are. Hamas did not become jihadist, militant, in many cases very anti-Semitic, like because they were born animals. It was because they were born in occupied apartheid Gaza, where their resources and their daily needs and their dignity were stripped of them by an occupying force with 1,000 times as much military power. That's what made them what they are. But, of course, if you engage with this, you kind of lose the plot from the fascist perspective, so it has to be they're psychopaths, they're animals, they're such and such.
Who are funded by your paymasters in Qatar, maybe you share a slap.
All right, let's please with that.
I'm going to respond to that.
No.
Why do you constantly need to call them anti-Semitic? Because much of Hamas is anti-Semitic. I'm sure there are members of Hamas who are a little bit more pragmatic and militant, but yeah, there are a ton of anti-Semites in Hamas, 100%. Jihadist groups are not known for being like principled utilitarian advocates for positive change. They, you know, if people are willing to die for a cause, they tend to be a little loony pants, you know.
Your paymasters in Qatar, maybe you share a slap.
All right. Let's please with that.
I'm going to respond to that.
No. It's another cheap shot, and I don't want to entertain cheap shots. I want to go to you, Elon, with this question. When you say that the war is justified, killing in war can only be justified if it serves a greater good. What's the greater good that's being served at this moment?
Mr. Donovan, this war is not justified because Hamas should not have started this war in the first place.
Well, the question is whether...
The question...
You are arguing... You are answering the question, yes, Israel's actions are justified.
The response is an attempt to prevent the next October 7th massacre. Well, on October 7th, Hamas showed us what it was capable of doing, and they immediately went on TV and said, October 7th, October 10th, October 1 millionth. Everything we do is justified. We're a nation of martyrs, they said. We're proud to sacrifice...
They are a nation of martyrs. That's almost definitionally true, and Israel made that the case. I mean, I have to refer to the skill issue here of if you don't want an October 7th to happen, simply don't oppress a, like, you know, ethnic minority and build a concentration camp around them and keep them that way for decades and decades, because that tends to make them really resentful, if you can believe it. That's just that's just like an opinion of mine. I don't know. I feel like maybe if we kind of had equality for all in the region, we could do a lot more work. Yeah, maybe don't like gun down innocent protesters who march towards the fences that you've encased them within, you know?
millions of martyrs if that's what it takes. And we are trying to stop October 7th and to do so in a way that minimizes the cost to their civilians.
Let me just deal with the last point and the previous point, which is the idea. Let's just be real here. And a lot of military experts say this, but you don't even need military experts. You just need common sense. The idea that you prevent another October the 7th or that you destroy Hamas by making tens of thousands of Palestinian children orphans is insane. It doesn't protect Israel. Forget Gaza. It doesn't protect Israel. And let me just deal with this.
Of course, this point is only inconsistent if you don't have an insight into the mind of the fascist, where in their world, all the Palestinians are dead. It's true. You don't get rid of a terrorist group by only killing like the top, like the most 10% most militant people in a population. You get that just creates more terrorists. You get rid of a terrorist group by killing all of them, which is what they want to do. Like pretty explicitly, that's what they want to do. So that would be one way of handling it. I think it's a little dicey, like morally speaking.
Classic, my paymasters in Qatar. Yes, I host a show for Al Jazeera English. Let's just be very clear. In December, the New York Times published a very, very long piece.
Nobody
very important
cares.
here, very important here. It's relevant to the debate. The New York Times.
All right, make it relevant. Please make it relevant.
New York Times published a very long piece which said a month before October the 7th, the head of the Mossad, David Barnier, went to Doha, Qatar, and the Qatari said, "Do you want us to keep sending money to Gaza?" And he went back to Netanyahu. He said, "What should I say?" And Netanyahu said, "Yes, please." And he went back. He said, "Yes, please send the money to Gaza." Elon went to work for the government of Benjamin Netanyahu a month after thatwards. He's never apologized for that to the Israeli people. Benjamin Netanyahu's never apologized for that to the Israeli people. So if anyone should answer questions about Qatari funding of Hamas, allegedly, reportedly, whatever you want to call it, it's the Israeli government that facilitated it for many, many years. Elon was in that government. He's the spokesperson for that government.
It was a terrible mistake to allow Qatari money into Gaza on the mistaken belief that if we improve civilian life in Gaza, create jobs, create opportunity, Hamas's psychopath leaders won't launch this war. They went straight on.
See, like, again, you're kind of it's the willful rejection of material conditions. This is one of the reasons why fascists despise Marxists, and it's one of the reasons why the Marxists were the first people the Nazis killed. Because ideologically, the first thing that you have to do is make everyone think in essentialist terms. You know? You really don't want people thinking about what conditions lead to what. The money Mehdi is talking about here was to pay the wages of workers in Gaza. That's well known. Yeah. What was the contradiction? Yeah, exactly, Flevier. So now the fascist can throw his arms up in the air and he can say, well, sorry, we tried to treat the Palestinians well. I guess it, bit us in the ass. It's like, that's what he wants to do here, We tried to reach out to them. He's arguing Israel shouldn't have allowed them to send that money. It's an issue on which I could stand to do a bit of wiki browsing before I get heated with anyone. If I criticize Mehdi Hassan, he might appear behind me. I've already said his name more than 3 times. I have to be conscious of this, okay? There's always a bigger fish.
On TV and said, we tricked the Israelis. We made them think that we were concerned about the civilians in Gaza, all the while we were taking that money to build the tunnels and the weapons and the rockets we are firing at Israel. If we had known, Mr. Hassan, what Hamas was going to do on October 7th, perhaps we should have started a preemptive war to eliminate...
See? I mean, like, it doesn't even, like, need analysis, really. It's just always, like, this is always the answer to the fascist. Like, perhaps if we had known the population was just naturally, evil, we should have eradicated them to begin with.
That threat before they could have burned the cement of children alive on October 7th. But we didn't.
Okay.
Hamas tricked us, and we won't
Time
repeat the same mistake again.
Time out. Going to take a little bit of a 10-second breath and slightly lower the temperature, but only slightly.
I can easily breathe more than once in 10 seconds.
You were making the argument that Israel's actions are justified in the pursuit of the destruction of Hamas. We've come to the point, though, where even Israeli military officials are saying it can't be destroyed. Therefore, what happens to that argument that the justification is the destruction of Hamas if it's an organization, a movement that can't be destroyed?
Of course Hamas can be removed from power, just like ISIS was removed from power. ISIS...
I think it's counterproductive to call Hamas anti-Semitic. Okay, this is an argument I'll swiftly resolve simply by banning people who disagree with me on this. Bigotry is not acceptable no matter what conditions you've been exposed to. It can be explained, like it is explainable that Hamas is anti-Semitic because a lot of them are literally like born in radical Islamic households that have known the oppression of the one Jewish state their entire life. But like, let's not pretend that doesn't mean that they're anti-Semitic. Like, it's anti-Semitism. That's it. Like, would you say that a white man isn't racist if he hates black people because he, like, was the only white kid in an all-black school and got picked on by black people? And then he was racist against black people, and you're like, well, he's not racist. Yes, he is racist. You can explain his racism. I mean, you can point to his life and go, oh, well, that's probably why he's racist. But that doesn't make it morally right. You can accept that. And, much in the same vein as Hamas, you wouldn't expect that guy to go forward in his life and have good positions on anything having to do with race just because he is an explainable racism, right? Like, likewise, Hamas's ability to manage both Gaza and their relation with Israel is compromised by the anti-Semitism.
This is now a terrorist organization that is trying to blow up concerts in Austria. It no longer controls territory the size of Austria. Following this war, we cannot allow the Hamas terrorist regime, it's not an organization, it's a terror regime and a terror army, to regroup, restock, rearm, and keep shooting rockets at our towns while it is still holding civilians. It is a regime that must be removed from power because we know exactly what it wants to do if given half a chance, and that is to do October 7th again and again. And Israel's war,
It's not an organization. The term organization confers a perceived sense of legitimacy. Hamas, to the fascist, Hamas must always be considered like a group of barbaric animals, like orcs. Like that is what they must be. To refer to them as an organization would give them a degree of perceived intelligence and, well, organization that is inconvenient to the fascist.
Hassan, I'll yield the stage to you and ask you, eliminating the Hamas terror regime, removing it from power, a legitimate military objective, yes or no?
Of course it's a legitimate military objective for Israel, and that's what I quoted the ICC chief prosecutor saying, but you're doing a very bad job of it. What's interesting?
Do I understand that after October 7th? Do I understand? No, because I want to clarify and understand we're on the same page.
You want to clarify, the guy who can't answer why you killed 15 civilians?
I think they're confused by the definition of racism being prejudice plus power. That's not the definition of racism. That's a soy-ass Tumblr, like, postgraduate sociology, anthropology student-ass definition that doesn't apply to the real world. Racism is when you're racially biased. Can a black guy be racist against white people? Yes. Get over it. All you have to do is differentiate between interpersonal and systemic racism. That's it. There's no systemic racism against white people in America, but there are plenty of people who are interpersonally racist against white people. It's just that interpersonal racism ain't anywhere near as big of a problem as systemic racism, obviously. But yeah, no, the racism equals prejudice plus power, that was always some bullshit for, like, let's be real here, pink-haired, fat-cheeked white people to pat themselves in the back over. You know, they came up with a woke definition that allowed, like, them to say black people can't be racist. What came of this discourse? What good for the world? What benefits to humanity, black or white? None. All it did was inflame argument. Deliberately confusing, counterintuitive, it did nothing but fuel counter-arguments. No. And hey, I bought into it for a while too. I'm not pretending that I wasn't, you know, for a time complicit in promoting that definition. But my eyes see clearly now.
That we are on the same page. Do you agree
I'll
that
answer your
after
question
October
when you
7th,
answer mine.
it was legitimate for Israel to remove the Hamas terror regime in order to prevent another October 7th? It's a yes or no question, Mr. Hassan.
No, it's not. It's a loaded question. I'm going to say it was legitimate for Israel to defend its citizens inside of Israel. It's not legitimate to occupy Palestinian territory for decades on end. And let me answer... Can I actually answer what you came to me for?
If I can rebut...
Let me answer John's question.
But Elon, you've had about 2 or 3 minutes in a row. Go ahead,
please. You asked a very interesting question of Elon. You pointed out that he keeps saying, notice the sleight of hand. You said that he said, and he said it many times, not just here, Hamas should be destroyed. When you asked him, Israeli military experts in general say it can't be destroyed. Notice what Elon said? He said, remove from power. Quickly move the goalpost there. Because he knows that Hamas can't be destroyed by these means. In fact, the former head of Israel's military,
said from the very beginning,
the former head of Israel's military, who was a member of Netanyahu's war cabinet, he said earlier this year, quote, anyone who says you can destroy Hamas is telling Paul tales. So it's not me calling Elon Levy a liar. It's the former head of the Israeli military.
Mr. Hassan, from the beginning, Israel has said that its goals are to remove Hamas.
Has any group of people willingly or peacefully given up their land to another people? Yeah, well, when the Pilgrims had Thanksgiving with Native Americans, the Native Americans agreed to move 3,000 miles west. I think. That's what I was taught. Yeah, I can't think of any good examples. None that refute, like, the underlying argument you're making, at least. They lost the wishbone poll. They lost the wishbone poll. They went for the skinnier half.
From power and dismantle its ability to wage war again and to live up its threat of repeat October 7th. And that is why I ask you, after October 7th, was it legitimate for Israel to remove Hamas from power in order to eliminate the threat of repeat October 7th? Yes or no?
Very simple.
I want to toss my own answer into this, by the way. This is an answer that's very difficult to offer because the default lefty response is, well, if I was Israel, I would have simply not kept Gaza in a concentration camp for decades, right, to prevent October 7th. What would you do if you were the Israeli PM and you were elected on October 6th and then October 7th happened? What would you do? So I'm going to be real with you guys. A military response from Israel was inevitable, obviously. Not only was it inevitable, I think you could argue it was justified. Even with all of the pre-existing context of what had been done to the Palestinians, let's not be, like, stupid here. You're not, as the leader of Israel, going to go, oh, they got that one. We have been pretty racist to them. They got that. Like, obviously, no. Like, yeah, let's be adults here. In my head, I would like to believe it would have been possible for a targeted reprisal that could have been engaged in alongside a set of reforms used as incentives to the Palestinian population to oust Hamas themselves. Keep in mind, Hamas does not do a good job leading the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip. Hamas is not like a benevolent ruler of the Gaza Strip at all. They kill Palestinians. They threaten and torture them. They're a militant Islamist organization. That's true, Nuts. That's true. You can be restrained. I would like to believe it might have been possible if Israel was super based and red-pilled to engage in a targeted military response that would have incentivized the Palestinian people to give up Hamas on their own. To essentially say, like, you know, we will give you your water, your food, your land, your rights. We will correct this, but we need Hamas ousted. And ideally, you would put the Hamas leaders to trial, which gives you a lot more closure than killing them, though killing is a hell of a lot easier. Maybe this is a little bit naive on my part. I don't know if there's like a clean solution here, but I think the best outcome, the greatest possible outcome that could have happened, that wouldn't have been just magical, would have been down the line a whole bunch of arrested Hamas officials who objectively slaughtered civilians. Like their asses are going to jail forever. And a Palestinian population that is cautiously grateful that we are trading those Hamas leaders for a reissuing of their rights. Does that make sense? I'm speaking very simplistically right now because I don't want to spend like 5 hours talking about it, but that in my mind would have been the greatest possible world. That would have been nice. I don't know. I mean, we're never getting it back, so. We're in the dark timeline now. Also, I'm going to pee super quick, but then we'll continue. Also, I just want to show, because more people are here now. Look at this cute jacket, huh? Ignore the shorts, okay? Look at the Madisonville. Ain't this cute? I think it's cute. Okay. It's very stressful. It's very stressful taking a leak when you're live streaming because, you know, the ADHD-ridden, you know, Zoomers watching. It's people leave. It's crazy. It's why there's an incentive to pee very quickly. Didn't wash hands. I took longer because I washed my hands. What do you want from me? What would you say to someone who says they're against Netanyahu and his government, but not the state of Israel? I don't even know. I guess I'd call them a coward. Oh, of course, Innovash 255. Hey, yeah, we hit 7,000. Guys, you have been awfully supportive. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate that. Progressive Victory values every donation that it gets, and it uses them very effectively. There are Progressive Victory canvassing operations running right now all over the damn place. Swing states. Right now, we got the event gunning up in Wisconsin on October 5th and 6th. So you can do that event and then come back home for October 7th and watch my stream where I cover whatever insane one-year anniversary bullshit Israel's going to pull. !PV donate, or !PV if you're interested in getting involved phone banking and such. Thank you, guys.
Answer. Israel has the right to defend its citizens in its territory. It doesn't have a right to be an occupier. It doesn't have a right to... Let me finish the point, because you think they're your neighbors. The International Court of Justice says Gaza and the West Bank are occupied. They've been occupied.
I can't drive to Wisconsin again. That's so far away. Can you phone bank? You can do that from anywhere. Hey, Doe. And yeah, that's true. It's like a person who's just anti-Netanyahu but not anti-Israel, like in a fundamental sense. Like, what version of Israel wouldn't be doing the things that we dislike Netanyahu for doing? Where can we donate? I don't see the link. !PV donate. It says it right here. I'm circling it with my mouse.
Every day since 1967. You did not withdraw in 2005. You blockaded.
I'd like to explain what the purpose here is of the legal fiction.
And I've already answered the question, Elon. I've made the point that even if I was an Israeli general trying to destroy Hamas, killing thousands of innocent people only helps Hamas. Every terrorism expert in the world says you're a recruiting sergeant for extremist groups when you go and kill innocent civilians.
Mr. Hassan, whether this war...
Time out, Elon. Time out. I have a question for whoever wants to jump on it. Is Israel's war in Gaza making Israel more secure?
When this war began, Hamas had a fearsome missile arsenal that rained thousands of missiles on our cities. I had to keep running into a rocket shelter. Israel has now eliminated the threat of rocket fire from Gaza. It has cut off its smuggling routes. It has destroyed its missile silos, and it has destroyed Hamas's weapons capabilities. That alone has made us safer and makes it easier to sleep in our beds at night.
And yet, Netanyahu still says the war won't stop. In fact, not only has Netanyahu not said the war will stop, he has said he is opposed to any ceasefire and refuses to give any timeline for stopping the war.
Things. Number one, the Israelis went to Supreme Court recently and they were having an argument in Israel Supreme Court, and they put in the official filing that we do not control Gaza. Even after all this time, Hamas is still in control of lots of parts of Gaza. So they say the honest stuff when you're not looking. Number two, I interviewed Ami Ayalon recently, former head of Shin Bet, former Israeli admiral. He said very explicitly, Israel will not be safe until we give Palestinians freedom. This is his words, not my words. And number three,
Did Val speed it up? It's at 1.1 times.
I'm glad you had a bomb shelter to protect you, because the Al-Dos family in Gaza did not have a bomb shelter.
Back to the point. Got that right here.
Another question. We have not yet talked about the hostages, and we should. Is Israel's action in Gaza going to is it for the benefit of the hostages?
Absolutely. Israel is fighting to
This is like a comical point to defend. The idea that this is being done to the benefit of the hostages, almost all of whom are dead and gone, when Netanyahu refuses any hostage exchange. Like, it's ridiculous.
Bring the hostages home while Hamas is starving and torturing and raping them. We managed in November, because Hamas was being clobbered and it wanted a breather. They released nearly half...
The families of the hostages all hate Netanyahu. The protests outside in Tel Aviv are largely directed at Netanyahu for not accepting a ceasefire deal because they want the hostages back home. Doesn't give a shit about them. Thank you, Ted.
Of the hostages. We've sent in special forces to rescue hostages in raids my opponent has condemned. Israel is fighting to put the military pressure on Hamas to release the hostages, but Hamas doesn't want to release the hostages. And the reason it doesn't want to release the hostages is that it knows that the longer this war goes on and the more suffering it generates among its own people in Gaza, the more it advances its own goal of isolating Israel. And Mr. Hassan,
it's never Israel's own actions. It's Hamas that's isolating Israel, not, Israel. Oh, Austin, thank you for the 500 dono to PV. That's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. But it's always, the language is always of we are the victims. Even when it is our actions that earn us condemnation, it's us being baited into those actions by Hamas, Yeah, poor little baby Israel.
It pains me that you do not seem to realize the role that you play within Hamas's strategy when you deflect blame onto Israel. Never demand any accountability. Never demand any accountability from the Hamas regime. When you know that Hamas's goal is to maximize suffering, you give it a reason to drag on this war. If you want it to let the hostages go, you should tell
of all
Qatar
the nonsense
to
you've said
pressure
tonight,
Hamas to free the hostages.
of all the demonstrably untrue things you've said tonight, this is the big one. So apparently, if you want a deal to end the war, you're enabling Hamas's strategy.
No.
That's what you just said.
No,
I'm enabling Hamas's strategy.
But you have systematically undermined every leverage Israel has to free the hostages.
You know who's undermining?
Stop pretending
Can I
you
answer
care
the
about
question?
the hostages.
Of the two of us, hold on. Of the two of us, whose strategy has released more hostages, mine or yours? Because I supported a ceasefire. And we got, hold on.
Our strategy. Your strategy is to give cover for Hamas's war crimes.
Let him finish, please.
Over 100 hostages were released last November in the pause, in the ceasefire deal. A lot of Israelis wanted that to continue. Hostages' families wanted that to continue.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the only time we got a significant release of hostages, was the one time they tried a ceasefire deal, even though it was very temporary. And then Netanyahu was like, never again will I take a break from killing Palestinian civilians. Never again. That fucking sucked. He's getting withdrawals. Netanyahu's like, and leaning against his desk. He's not doing that again. Did any of the hostages report being raped? I don't like contesting this because a lot of it is he said, she said, and also I don't remember all the details. But when the fascist makes claims like the hostages are all being starved and beaten and raped, I just at default take that as a provide proof or I won't believe you. Not because I think it's impossible. It's totally possible. Hamas would definitely do that. The hostages they have obtained. But the obsession with the highly sensationalized, it's like the thing they did with the 40 beheaded babies or baked in ovens babies during October 7th or whatever. Pardon my cruel, calculated utilitarianism, but if you tell me 40 babies are dead, I already think that's pretty bad. But the obsession with oh no, they weren't just killed, they were super killed. Okay. All right. Thank you, I guess. And the insistence on it. And then if they make 20 claims that are psychotic and you say, I don't believe those, but one of the 20 ends up being true, they're like, wow, I can't believe you don't believe the such and such. You know what I mean? So I guess by default, my position is if I see literally any pointed claim that looks legitimate on that front, I will believe it. But in general, if a fascist is screeching about it in a very broad sense, I tend not to by default. And it doesn't matter. It still doesn't justify Israel's genocide of Palestinians. No, of course not. All I'm saying is that they want to bring it back to that conversation when I think it's almost definitionally a waste of time. The genocide of the Palestinians and the moral wrongness of that genocide are completely divorced from any insane claims that you could make about October 7th or about the treatment of the hostages. They are completely separate. But, of course, they want to always bring it back to that because for them it's about moral outrage. It's not actually about, preventing harm or keeping people from getting hurt.
Netanyahu, can I finish my answer? Netanyahu said no. In fact, I interviewed Zahiro Moore, whose uncle Avraham Munda was horribly killed in Gaza. Zahiro Moore, by the way, was arrested today. He's been arrested and attacked by the Israeli government that Elon served in multiple times. He said to me, Netanyahu and the government that Elon was part of, always choose the wrong way. Ever since October the 8th, everything they do is directed at not getting the...
Oh, and by the way, if you want to talk about disregarding people's lived experiences, remember when Hassan brought up the family who got destroyed by an Israeli airstrike early in the war, and then reflexively the fascists said, you know, maybe they were pressured by Hamas into saying that there were no military targets nearby, without even knowing what Mehdi Hassan was talking about or knowing the claim. He instantly deferred to their claims about the nature of the attack were unjustified. So if there's between the fascist and Hassan, only one of them has reflexively like dismissed the experience of a person who has suffered, or an entire family who has suffered.
Hostages back. That is the plain truth. That is the nephew of a hostage. They don't want you to hear about the hostages. Elon and people like Elon use the hostages as political pawns. The hostages' families are standing on the streets of Tel Aviv opposing the Netanyahu government, calling for a ceasefire, calling for a deal. They don't like Elon leaving. They don't support Elon.
Mr. Hassan, how many hostage rallies have you spoken at? How many hostages' mothers have you embraced and hugged them and told them...
See, right, again, confronted with the facts, the fact that hostage families hate Netanyahu, we get this irrational, hysterical screeching, how many hostage families have you kissed on the lips? This, like, completely, like, not even a pretense of a rational argument. Just like, you know, how dare you?
I am here for you, whatever you need. I was at Central Park. I was at Central Park last Sunday at the rally for the hostages. You were not.
Interesting. Central Park, not Tel Aviv, where the massive protests have continued for nearly a year now. You were at a different place? That's interesting. How many hostage families were at Central Park compared to the ones leading the protests at Tel Aviv? You know? Central Park, Israel. Oh, Central Park, Israel. My bad.
Mr. Hassan, if you really care about the hostages, I have a spare hostage pin here. If you want to show them you care, you're welcome to put it on your tracker.
You may have brought up an objective fact, but I have a pin on me where I say, bring the hostages home. Take this virtue signal, Hassan, and shove it up your butthole.
All right, this is fantastic. Let's go. So,
put it on. Show them you care. Show them you care. I am in daily contact with the hostage families. I tell them I will do whatever it takes to help you get your kids home. Show them you care and stop trying to exploit.
Whatever it takes to get your kids home, except, of course, a hostage exchange for a ceasefire deal, the one thing that has worked.
Okay. Elon, allow him to respond. You've got your bit of stagecraft. Please take it.
Let's be clear. You saw the very, very performative outrage there from Elon there. To be clear, don't you lecture me about hostages when your government has killed more hostages than it has rescued. That's on you. That's on you.
You hear him? He's saying that is on Hamas. Like, again, the fascists can never accept responsibility for their own behavior or for the behavior of the state they defend. Everything is reactive. Everything is defensive. Everything is someone else forced us to do it. Every single time.
All right.
I need to finish this point.
I'm going to let you finish this point, and then we're moving on.
I will happily support this pin because I support the release of all the hostages, and let me finish. And I support the release of thousands of Palestinian detainees being raped and tortured, and children. Do you support that? Let's wear it together. Do you support the release? Do you support the release of
no, that's different, because they're different people. They're animals.
Palestinians? I do not support, the release of Palestinian children. Do you support the release of Palestinian children?
Mr. Hassan, anyone who is...
Let's get some space here.
He can't answer the question.
Mr. Hassan, he won't get on the hostage.
I support the release of all innocent people.
Mehdi?
He doesn't. That's all you've got.
Once again.
Gimmicks.
Once again.
All you've got.
All right. I have one more question before we pivot to some questions from some journalists who are joining us, and I want to talk about America's involvement in this situation.
This guy's genuinely great, such a moral high ground. Yeah, I also think it's one of the reasons why, from both a political and rhetorical perspective, you really want to avoid the edgy, performative Twitter leftist nonsense. The, like, you know, Israel deserves to burn, or a statement I have never famously made, or like Hamas is justified, or like the performative anti-American hatred, which you see a lot from the left. The most effective way to get shit done, both in terms of like fronting policy and making arguments that people are convinced by, is by demonstrating moral consistency. I feel like there are a lot of people who might be like inclined to make really edgy comments about how like they don't care about the Israeli hostages, or they don't care about what happened on October 7th because of the treatment of the Palestinian people. They support the release of the Palestinian hostages, but not the Israeli hostages. They don't care as much because like boo boo wah wah, like, you know, that kind of stuff, right? And like performative edginess can be fun, obviously. I think that Mehdi Hasan shows how effective it can be to put your foot down and be the really consistent voice in the room. You know what I mean? Like to just flatly, like, I am in favor of all the hostages being released. And you are not. I am pro-life. I am pro-civilian life. What do you think of From the River to the Sea line? I don't think it's anti-Semitic. I do think it's unproductive. Nobody says From the River to the Sea to, like, convince new people. They say it because it's, like, cool to say it with their lefty crowd, okay? So, no, I don't think it's hate speech. No, I don't think it's anti-Semitic. I think that it's, like, a catchy, ineffective slogan that people do mostly for in-group signaling. Much like defund the police, in that it signals, but it's not very helpful. And as you might notice, the police are not defunded. But I also don't think that defund the police is like, I don't know, anti-American or like terroristic. Like, I think you can say like, you're not getting anything done with a statement without buying into the insane signaling.
The U.S. has been largely supporting Israel. If the war in Israel is unjustified, that implicates the U.S. in an unjust war. If the war is justified, then we have an ally that requires our help. Which is it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
We have, it's about U.S. involvement in the war. If the war is unjustified, that implicates the U.S. in an unjust war.
That phrase can be anti-Semitic. It's too ambiguous. Well, if that's the case, then any negative statement made about bankers is also anti-Semitic because it can be ambiguously weaponed as an anti-Semitic dog whistle, right? Like that's, at that point, you're folding a lot in. You know, of course you can say From the River to the Sea in an anti-Semitic way, but you can say a lot of stuff in an anti-Semitic way.
If it's justified, we have an ally that requires our help.
When this war began, President Biden said that Israel is facing sheer, pure, unadulterated evil. It was so obvious in the moment of shock after October 7th that for Israel to defend itself, it has to dismantle the Hamas terror regime, that President Barack Obama said we must stand by our ally Israel as it dismantles Hamas. The United States has made valuable support to Israel in its goal of bringing down the Hamas regime. What we need is pressure on Hamas and its patrons, Qatar, Turkey, and Iran, to let the hostages go. That pressure has not been forthcoming.
I mean, before I came on stage, Gershon Baskin, who is Israel's most famous hostage negotiator, he WhatsApped me and said he's got a deal, 3-week deal on the table with Hamas that Hamas has agreed to release all the hostages and end the war. He says it's with Netanyahu, the ball's in Netanyahu's court. So when he keeps going on about hostages, tell him to speak to his former boss to agree to a hostage.
Gershon Baskin is the negotiator
as for the United
in whose
States,
deal to free Gilad Shalit, we released Yehia Sinwar.
As for the United States, it is tragic to me as a citizen of the United Kingdom and the United States that my two countries have armed Israel as it carries out what the ICJ has called a plausible genocide, as it arms a prime minister who is wanted for war crimes.
Mr. Hassan.
This moderator, when Mehdi Hasan exposes a core flaw in the argument of the fascist. No more rhetorical questions, please. We've already acknowledged that he won't answer that one. This moderator, when the fascist interrupts Mehdi Hasan 16 times in a row during his, like, you know, pointed response to the question that hasn't even been answered yet, total silence.
The ICC chief prosecutor has called for the arrest of Yoav Gallant and Benjamin Netanyahu. The American government should not be arming a man wanted for war crimes, and Eilon Levy should have began his speech tonight apologizing for working for a man who is wanted for war crimes by the ICC chief prosecutor.
Mr. Donner, you called me to account at the beginning of the debate and said I should not have called my opponent a liar. The former president of the ICJ, Joan Donoghue, had to go on
many
TV,
other judges disagreed with her.
had to go on TV
The
to
American
explain
judge who worked
Let him
that
speak.
the ruling did not define there was a plausible genocide.
Actually, the
She
other
had to
judges
go on
disagreed with
TV
her.
to
Selective
refute
quoting.
the lie. The only reason for you to make
The
that
ICC
lie,
chief prosecutor
the
called for an
only
arrest warrant, Aileen.
whose arrest warrant claims were
Did the
based on
ICC
lies.
All right, this is not helping. We are not able to hear what anybody is saying. We're not able to hear what anybody's saying. You are both talking at the same time, and I'm talking at the third time. So let's stop this.
Convenient.
I have a question for each of you before we pivot, which I want to ask you if you can answer without attacking one another, and I'm also curious to see if you can do it in under 20 seconds because we're just curious. Each of you came to this debate, and by your decision to participate, we saw on social media that both of you were attacked by members of your own camp for being even on the stage with somebody who's holding.
You complain about the moderator, but Hassan is clearly bodying here. No, I would say so. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the problems I think with like having a moderator and having an audience, and that all of them can kind of obfuscate the natural back and forth flow of the discussion. In terms of like who has the correct arguments, Hassan is obviously, it's not even it's nuclear bomb versus coughing baby. This is a war crime. In terms of like who's controlling the debate, the fascist is not entirely incompetent in this respect, but I still think it's a blowout from Hassan. But of course I agree with him.
The opposing view, but you showed up anyway. Elon, why did you show up? 15 seconds.
Because Iran, the Palestinian nationalists and their allies are waging a war of misinformation that has one purpose. They want to destroy Israel. And they think it will be much easier to destroy Israel if
Again, like a classic case of overstatement from the fascist. The idea that everyone who is critical of Israel's handling of this war wants to destroy Israel is laughable. People in chat are saying based right now because I have a leftist community. There are literally billions of people around the world who are critical of Israel in varying forms to varying extents, either because of, well, anti-Semitism is definitely a part of it in many cases, especially in some of those Arab states, whether it's because they oppose the treatment of the Palestinian people or they, have heard about the unjustness of Israel's land acquisition. The details don't really matter. The idea that all of them just want Israel destroyed is ridiculous. Absolutely insane. But the fascist is prone to overstatement.
convince the world that Israel deserves to be destroyed. A full campaign of the most ridiculous lies to try to convince good, ordinary Americans that when they're ready to pull the trigger and massacre us once more, they should stand to one side and say, well, the Jews had it coming. And I'm not willing to allow that to happen.
Everyone who criticizes Israel is anti-Semitic and wants Israel destroyed. Nah, everyone's waging a war of disinformation. Not me, though. It's the same shit, man. It's the same damn playbook.
You recall the question?
Statement.
Sorry?
Okay, just a 20-second answer.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I believe that what is happening in Gaza, the killing of 16,000 children, the genocide in Gaza is the great moral tragedy of our time, the great crime of our time. And I will go almost anywhere and take a stage with almost anyone to try and bring that war to an end and convince people that the war needs to end now.
May I add something?
No, we have to move forward. All right, we're going to bring in some other voices now. We have some journalists. We have 4 journalists who are each going to ask one, I hope, very short question. There are people who have been writing about the area for a long time.
I don't even consider it a war. Yeah, no, I honestly, the term war in Gaza is euphemistic at best. You know, war requires a degree of symmetry, and this does not have that.
Particularly about the situation now, and they are certainly not monolithic in their own views. I first want to go to Peter Beinart. He's a journalist who's written for Time, the New York Times, The Atlantic. He's former editor of the New Republic and editor-at-large of Jewish Currents. Peter, if you can stand up, there's a microphone, I believe, in the aisle for you, and ask your incredibly short question.
Thank you. Elon, you suggested that the goal of the...
Holy, this guy looks a little bit like Charlie Kirk. Is anyone else seeing it a little bit? Maybe I'm totally off on this one. I'm getting the, I don't know. Thank you. No? Okay, maybe, I don't know. I see it? Okay, somebody else saw it. And as long as somebody out there got me, I'm not entirely alone.
war was to depose Hamas from power. But On October 11th, Benjamin Netanyahu said the goal of the war was to destroy Hamas. On October 12th, Yoav Gallant said, the defense minister said the goal was to wipe it from the earth, because I think they understood that even deposing Hamas would not necessarily make Hamas less of a fearsome threat. The Taliban didn't become less of a fearsome threat to the United States once they stopped holding power. Saddam and his forces didn't become less of a fearsome threat once they no longer held power. They recognized that winning this war meant destroying Hamas. And yet your own former colleague, Daniel Hagari, the IDF spokesman, said it's not possible. To be clear, I'd like you to be on the record. Do you think it's possible to destroy Hamas, or were Netanyahu and Gallant wrong?
I believe it is possible to remove the Hamas terror regime from power. Whether leaders used belligerent rhetoric that exaggerated the goals of the war. No, look, Hamas needs to be destroyed. It's an idea. Some ideas deserve to be destroyed. And whether that idea is destroyed or not depends on the lessons that the people of Gaza...
Again, Hamas isn't an organization or a distinct group. It's an idea. Hamas being an idea allows it a degree of abstraction and impermeability. Hamas isn't an organization with member tables. It's just, you know, things that are Hamas-esque. You can apply it to anyone. Civilians, babies. They're like, it's like a mind virus, you know?
Take from this war? Will they conclude that terrorism is a dead end, that their leaders have repeatedly led them into disaster after disaster as part of their forever war against the Jewish state in any borders whatsoever? Or will they take the lesson that in fact they were rewarded for the October 7th massacre? That is what is at stake here. And we are trying to convince the people of Gaza terrorism is a dead end. There is no light at the end of that tunnel.
Mehdi, you also get to...
Well, I have an idea to, you know, convince the civilian population that indiscriminate slaughter of civilians doesn't get you what you want by indiscriminately slaughtering their civilians and getting what we want.
Respond. You can respond.
I think Peter made the point very eloquently. It's a nonsensical war aims. The real war aims, of course, are what the Israeli ministers say. When Smotrich says the aim of the war is to annihilate Gaza, that is the aim. I take him at his face value. When he literally said that. And when they say this stuff, when they talk about...
Mod, like unironically, Mod, what the fuck are you doing? You want quick answers. You want, like, you think it's uncivil to ask rhetorical questions, but you let him jab, like, every single time Hassan answers anything.
Settling Gaza, when they talk about staying in Gaza, that is what they mean. This is not about... Can I finish an answer, Elon, one time?
Not government policy and goes against government.
I would just say this.
Yeah, let him finish, please.
You want to convince the people of Gaza that terrorism is a dead end, then stop inflicting terrorism on them.
There you go.
Every accusation is a confession, Hamedi.
What does that even mean? Every accusation is a confession? How does that even apply to the statement that was made? If you want to end terrorism, stop doing it to them. Okay, it means nothing. I guess you could like kind of apply, like it kind of tracks in a way. I don't think that was applied appropriately.
Our next question comes from Jillian Lederman. Jillian is an editorial fellow at the Wall Street Journal.
It's a common Nazi statement. He's trying to imply Mehdi as a Nazi. Is that a Nazi statement? Every accusation is a confession? I thought I've seen that claim broadly made almost entirely by liberals against Republicans. I think the Nazi statement is they cry out in pain as they strike you. That's the one the Nazis coined against the Jews, which is funny because Nazis love to cry out in pain as they strike you, which is an example of every accusation being a confession. So in a way, it all comes back around to the central thesis of this channel, which is fuck Nazis. Fuck, I hit the space bar to play the video right after I said that, which I thought would have been kind of like oomph. It would have had a bit of oomph, but I had chat clicked on, so it didn't play. But now I'll play it.
Former Chief Executive Chair of the Israel Leadership Network. Jillian, thanks for joining us, and what's your question?
Thank you. My question is, given the current circumstances, do you believe that Israel pulling out of Gaza in 2005 was the right decision?
Who's that a question to?
It's a difficult question.
Let me just ask you, Jen, are you pointing that to anybody in particular? Both can answer it, but okay.
Israel withdrew from the Gaza Strip in 2005 and never wanted to go back. It gave them...
Yeah, well, you know where Israel did want to go back to? The perimeter around the Gaza Strip, which it immediately fenced, put automated turrets, put a bunch of guards, you know, rigged that shit up to the gills, cut off water, cut off aid.
Gaza. They had the option to turn it into Singapore. They chose to turn it into Mosul. They could have...
That's so true, man. That's definitely not a statement made by a fucking insane lunatic. Yeah, the Gaza Strip was definitely poised in a position to become Singapore. When Israel was pouring fucking liquid cement into their wells and blocking water and power and blocking aid and blocking investment and preventing people from moving freely out of the borders. Yeah, they were definitely poised to become Singapore. That's so true.
Have had a thriving state in Gaza after...
This is, to me, the kind of stuff you hear that instantly disqualifies. Like, if this guy said the sky was blue, now I have, like, good reason to believe it's cloudy outside. That is a statement that can only be made by a deranged propagandist. I don't think you have to be a deranged propagandist to say stuff like Hamas is evil and Israel needs to destroy them. I think that a mostly reasonable person can come away with that position. I think that, you know, it can be dangerous and fascistic. I think sometimes it's just underinformed. The belief that the Gaza Strip was poised to become Singapore is something you could only say if you were a deranged propagandist. You have to be completely disconnected from reality.
Israel pulled out, and Jewish organizations paid to donate the greenhouses. Instead, they chose to rig Gaza for war. The tunnel network under Gaza is the largest public works project the Palestinians have ever undertaken. They did it for the sake of the October 7th massacre.
Was it a mistake to pull out? That was the question.
I don't know.
Okay. No, fair enough. Fair enough.
Simple answer is, of course, Israel did not pull out of Gaza. As the ICJ has pointed out just recently, Gaza is occupied territory. Let me put it very simply to you. What Elon doesn't tell you is when they pulled out, they kept control of Gaza's land borders.
Not with Egypt. Not with Egypt.
With
Egypt.
Egypt.
We control
Israel
the borders.
and Egypt
We're on the other
kept
side
the land borders. Have you noticed I can never finish an answer without interruption? The land borders, the sea waters, the air, and wait for it. And the population registry. If you're born in Gaza, you have to be registered with the Israelis. If you were born in New York and your birth had to be registered with a foreign country, would you say you were occupied or not occupied? Would you say you're a free people or an unfree people? It's an absolute lie. The occupation never ended.
Israel ended the occupation of Gaza in 2005.
Then why did you keep the population? Let me interrupt you.
No. Hold it. We are done with the interruptions. It's just destructive. So you go.
The population registry isn't an interesting question because Israel runs it in cooperation with the PA as part of the Oslo Accords. Hamas is free to run its own population registry because it has effective control inside Gaza. Under international law.
None of this, like, takes away from colonial occupation. Like, you can be a colonized people and still have your own internal governance.
Occupation requires the effective control of territory. Everywhere in the world, it is understood to mean boots on the ground. And the only reason to fabricate a new standard to say that just because Israel...
This is like absolutely not the case. I mean, fuck, if you want to go back to like historical examples, what about Roman-controlled Judea? There are so many examples of empires having their own military, and then they conquer a population and they say, hey, you work for us now, you'll manage your own affairs, but you know who's the boss? We're the boss. Like, it's like, is every occupied territory in all of history have the soldiers of that empire constantly patrolling? No! Are you insane? That'd be expensive. All you have to do is control, like, key power centers, and you can get them to mostly self-govern. But ultimately, they're still under the thumb of the empire. That happens all the time. That's like the default way you do it. Fucking 80 IQ emperor, day one of being emperor. I have a great idea. What if we used our expensive, finite supply of soldiers to police every square foot of every colonized population on Earth that we control, even though the local populations would hate the occupying soldiers way more than, like, essentially subcontracted local soldiers that we could just, you know, control the head officials of? Are you insane?
Doesn't allow Hamas to build an Ismail Haniyeh International Airport, means that it is occupied, is as part of a campaign to try to make Israel responsible for civilians in Gaza so Hamas can take the resources...
Hey, Comrade Robin Hood, I'm not going to lie, you're being awfully soy here. I don't give a shit about international law, and at no point would I denigrate myself or, like, the definitions I apply here by suggesting that loopholes, like, oh, technically... you need troops in the territory to... like, why would I care? We're talking about the morality of the situation here. If international law was written up by colonial states, like cutting around the lines to make sure they could, to a large extent, hold what they had. We're like, if we were in a courtroom, we would make legal arguments about what is legally viable. But what am I, like, when I say genocide, do I say like, oh, well, here's the UN definition of genocide, like some kind of, I don't know, fucking beta male? No. You talk about the intention, you talk about the interest, you talk about what they want, the eliminationist rhetoric. If I was subject, hey, when you say there's a trans genocide going on, it was like, oh, well, what UN definition of genocide conforms to that expectation? Like, no, of course not. It's the eliminationist intentions of the people perpetrating these actions. If you only call things out as genocide after you flip the gas switch on, you're kind of missing the point. I just don't understand. You're being very insistent on the technicalities, but I don't think you're doing it to enhance knowledge of the subject, Comrade Robin Hood. I think you're doing it in a way that obfuscates. We know the Gaza Strip is occupied. This is an objective fact. Like, whether or not the ICJ would agree with me on that is immaterial to me. That's not the only definition of occupation that I'm interested in.
Okay,
and
Elon, we're losing sight of the question.
Briefly, very briefly. Elon, a moment ago, you all heard him proudly quoting the former president of the ICJ. The ICJ, literally, the other day, said Gaza is occupied. But Elon and I went to the same university. We did the same degree. He didn't do law. He's not a lawyer. The ICJ says Gaza is occupied. It's over. The debate's over. You've lost that one.
No, that's not the end. That is not the end. Because a basic principle of...
So wait, what? So by what argument are we even saying that it's not occupied, like in the technical sense? Since the Israeli disengagement from Gaza in 2005, it is the prevailing opinion that Gaza is still under occupation according to international law. What? But wait, so hold on. Comrade Robin Hood, by what definition were you saying, like, under international law he's incorrect, so he shouldn't cite international law? Like I'm not dying on the hill of the legal definition. I'm just curious by what would I'll find it 1 second. Okay. I just want to know, like, I would argue against the international law definition. It's not the point I'm making, but I want to know from what argument, that comes from. God, I fucking love coffee. Israel has argued the territories in Palestine are disputed rather than occupied. Okay. It's also argued neither the Hague Regulatory Force Geneva Convention limit the duration of occupation. Annexation is legal under international law. The prohibition of the acquisition of territory by force. The prime minister who did the disengagement of Gaza said Gaza is very much occupied still. Yeah, I don't know, like, what... Maybe Israel doesn't think they're occupying Gaza. Article 82 of the Hague Regulations of 1907. Okay. So, wait. This isn't really an argument. I'm not a lawyer, but Article 42 of the Hague Regulations of 1907 defines occupation. Territory is considered occupied when it's actually placed under the authority of the hostile army. The occupation extends only to the territory where such authority has been established and can be exercised. We have already established that Israel can exercise military authority in the Gaza Strip. They're currently doing it. Like, this is... Comrade Robin Hood, why would you argue against what seems to be the majority opinion on the subject based on, like, a narrow interpretation of an over-century-old article? Like, that, this just seems like a nitpick that is meant to reduce the IQ of people who engage. Like, it's not, like, it's pedantry. It takes away from the issue. You know? I don't get it. I don't get it. Again, but I'm not engaging with the legal argument on this, you know? Israel has broken the laws of my heart, and that's the point that I make on these streams. The fact that it seems a majority of people who talk about international law also think that they violated the law of international organizations is their case to make, I suppose.
One moment.
The ICJ disagrees.
Jillian, do you feel that your question was answered? Was it a mistake to pull out of Gaza? Because I don't. But we're going to move on. Thank you for the question. It would be helpful, and I realize you're both very passionate and have a lot to say about this, but it would be helpful at least at the beginning of your answers, to stick to the questions.
I did. I said they didn't pull out because they never pulled out. I mean,
okay.
I don't accept the premise of the question.
All right, fair enough. You question. No, next up.
It ripped people out of
I
their
know. I
Jesus Christ.
was there. I witnessed it.
He witnessed it, Mehdi. It happened.
The part that you're talking about. Next up, we have Dean Obeidallah, a lawyer, a comedian, and a journalist who has hosted the Dean Obeidallah Show and a frequent commentator on CNN, MSNBC, and the Daily Beast. Dean, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I have a question for everyone. You've defended everything the Israeli military has done, everything, and Mehdi's gone through it. My family lives in the West Bank.
Bosch, do you see how I don't care about international law sounds bad in most contexts? I mean, if you want to be like deliberately uncharitable to the broader point I was making, but if you want me to do that to you now, I can say, since you're so concerned with law, is the legality of the Holocaust the only like determining factor you would use to make a moral judgment on it? Like if someone came up to you and they were like, well, it was legal, would you be like, or would you say like, I don't care about German law in 1941? Come on, don't be a dipshit. Come on, let's turn. We're turning the tensions down. We're turning the IQ up. My points are clear. My heart is clear. The fire that burns within me burns stronger than ever. We're working together on this. It's been a long video. We're moving ahead. Okay, we're moving ahead.
My question is there anything that you would condemn Israel for in terms of killing Palestinian Christians and Muslims, or are they all inhuman in your view and not worthy of any sympathy, dignity, or self-determination as a people?
All right. Hang on a second. Hang on. I have an issue with the question. The first part of the question, is there anything you would condemn from Israel? Legitimate question. But the assumption that if he feels differently, that he has no sense of the humanity of Palestinians is a bit of some baggage loaded into the question. So why don't you take the question?
The fuck is this guy? Okay.
Is there anything that Israel is doing that you would condemn?
I have gone on TV as a government spokesman when the army said that there was a particular mistake and a certain target should not have been hit.
What target?
We fess up and admit our mistakes because that is what a responsible military should do.
You can answer.
Okay. But Israel is fighting an enemy whose use of war crimes is strategic and systematic. They're not investigated on Hamas's end. No one is ever called to account. Its use of war crimes against its own civilians while they hide behind them in their schools and hospitals to fire at us is strategic and systematic. And so I stand by my country as it fights to use proportionate force to dismantle the Hamas army of terror. Because yes, my neighbors are human.
Okay,
because I want a better future.
I have a very important technical program note. I've received a message that the audience clapping volume is so loud that in the recording, very frequently, it's been impossible to hear what our debaters are saying. And
don't clap.
And so what I would like you to do is to clap in between their points. Let them finish and then go for it, please.
The gentleman challenged my humanity and I would like to defend it.
I tried to let this go.
I want a future of peace between us and our neighbors. That cannot happen as long as the Hamas terror regime is in power.
Okay.
On the subject of, I'll wait for the applause. On the subject of Elon's humanity, I asked him earlier if he supported the release of Palestinian children. He refused to say so. He can tonight. We'll all wear this pin. Let me say this on the West Bank. Let me say this on the West Bank. He cannot help but cherry pick the evidence. He cannot help but cherry pick the evidence. He just said a moment ago, he tried to gaslight you. He said, Hamas is never held to account. Actually, the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court gave out 5 arrest warrant requests. 3 for Hamas, 2 for Israel. I support all of those arrest warrant requests. Do you? Do you?
Mr. Hassan.
Do you? It's a yes or no question.
Every single line.
It's a yes or no question.
Every single line.
Do you support accountability for all of them?
Absolutely, but you and what army?
Do you support arrest warrants for Netanyahu?
What? Wait, excuse me?
Wait, now we can't hear what you're both saying.
Do you support arrest warrants for Netanyahu?
No, Mr. Hassan.
That was a very revealing little moment that Hassan seemed to not have a response to, because it was very, very revealing. You and what army? Was that a threat? The real position that the fascist holds is that he can kill Palestinians indiscriminately and you can't do anything about it. He'll do or say anything that he wants. that is in the service of that slaughter because he enjoys it and he wants it to continue. The ultimate position then, if you were to amass all the evidence possible, an indisputable volume of evidence that a genocide is being committed, that Netanyahu is a perpetrator, which has already happened, but, you know, let's assume that tomorrow this was amassed. The only position he would have in response is, oh, you think we should be stopped? Just try. Because he doesn't actually care. Because might makes right is the moral framework of the fascist, you know? There's no actual belief of like, oh, well, now I've been convinced that my nation is in the wrong. That was very I'm going to rewind for a second.
All of those arrest warrant requests. Do you? Do you?
Mr. Hassan.
Do you? It's a yes or no question.
Every single line.
It's a yes or no question.
Every single line.
Do you support accountability for all of them?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sorry, really quickly, because I just, since it was brought up and it seems relevant, but the link that was given earlier about the definition of occupation, the Red Cross considers what's happening in Palestine occupation. So even like on the website linked, see, we saw this right here. Under international humanitarian law, there's an occupation and so on and so forth. And then if we scroll down, what does the law say? From the International Review of the Red Cross, automating occupation. International humanitarian and human rights law implicates the deployment of facial recognition technologies in the occupied Palestinian territory. It's just... I can't not point that out.
But you and what army?
You support arrest warrants for Netanyahu.
Wait, now we can't hear what you're both saying.
You support arrest warrants for Netanyahu?
No, Mr. Hassan, because every single line in the request for arrest warrants
wait a minute.
by the prosecutor of the ICC is based on lies. Like the allegation of starvation, impossible to reconcile with over 1 million tons of aid that have entered Gaza since the start of this war.
Going in right
aboard
now.
more than
That's a lie.
52,000 trucks. 52,000
69 trucks right now. Did you know that?
Mr. Hassan,
69 trucks, according to 15 aid agencies.
Who are they
Who should we believe? 15 aid agencies or you and Netanyahu?
Mr. Hassan, who are they
should we believe?
Mr. Hassan.
15 aid
Mr. Hassan.
or you?
These aid agencies are quoting UNRWA.
The aid
Do you
agencies are
believe that
Hamas.
UNRWA's statistics are accurate, yes or no?
Actually, no.
Excuse me, wait a minute. Is this helpful?
Excuse me, are we being perhaps a little rude right now about the slaughter of children? He says after, like, the interruptions are almost exclusively coming from the fascist. Fuck this guy. Like, I feel like the debate should end with the you and what army, genuinely, because it's such an obvious admission that the fascists' beliefs are not governed by any moral position, but rather by, like, we are right because we are right. If you can stop us, then try.
Yes, for some, okay.
Well, lies need to be stopped.
I would just
it's an announcement of bad faith. This is, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this here, this is like a Weimar moment to a large extent. This was like the liberal disagreement with the Nazis, leading into the Nazis having power. Ideologically, the fascist here is not very distinguishable from a Nazi. The arguments, justifications, excuses, obfuscations, and underlying moral framework that he holds are textbook of fascists, and Nazism is a fascist ideology. The differences are largely about which group is the in-group and which group is the out-group. Otherwise, the strategies are employed almost identically. So we're seeing here, like, you know, in this case, Mehdi Hassan is liberalism or perhaps progressivism's greatest soldier, creating the best possible arguments, the best rebuttals. You know, he's doing a phenomenal job. And then what does he get out of the fascist? You and what army? And it's just such a perfect encapsulation of the problem. You can debate them over and over and over and over and over again until the cows come home. And it can be useful to convince people. I'm happy Mehdi Hassan did the debate, but at the end of the day, debate cannot convince him because he never believed any of this to begin with. He didn't believe any of this. None of this mattered to him.
And not talk at the same time. You're doing worse at waiting. Get better.
How dare you, sir?
Over 1 million tons of aid. Now, according to Mr. Hassan, I don't know what double-digit number he quoted, comes from UNRWA. UNRWA's own dashboard on its website says that this is an incomplete register of data, that it cannot monitor all the cargo going in. Israel is monitoring it. UNRWA is undercounting it by a factor of 10. That's how you get to the bizarre statements like imminent famine in Gaza, because the IPC Review Committee said that that assessment was based on not counting all of the trucks that have gone in. They literally undercounted trucks in order to make this horrific allegation of starvation.
So the entire, your point.
I mean, you can believe like every international aid organization on Earth saying that they face deprivation and they're eating like dirt to survive, or you can believe the guy who jerks off to the thought of killing Palestinian babies. I mean, it's up to you, man. I can't tell. It's a he said, she said, or I guess in this case, a he said, they said, and the they is every aid organization, and the he is the grinning fascist.
Respond.
So you just began the whole answer premised on a lie. It's not based on UNRWA statistics. It's based on their own experience at Israeli crossings. David Miliband, Elon. David Miliband, a man you know, we're both British in front of this audience. David Miliband was the former foreign minister of the UK, very pro-Israeli politician, served under Blair and Brown, not some Palestinian lover. David Miliband said on CNN, our trucks are being stopped because they're finding a tiny little surgical scissor or a nail clipper and they're sending the trucks back. David Miliband is not some hater of Israel. Cindy McCain is the head of the World Food Programme.
That's the main excuse Israel uses to send back aid trucks. They prohibit, I don't know what the technical term they use is, maybe you'll remind me, mixed use items. Any item that can be used in a military context, they send back. So like dual use technology. Yeah, so like, yeah, sugar can be combusted in some contexts or something. This loaf of bread could be sharpened into a shiv. You could freeze this water into ice and use it to make IDF soldiers trip over an ice patch and hit their head. You know, stuff like that. I mean, that sounds ludicrous, but genuinely, you can look online. Some of the things the IDF has sent aid trucks back for, I'm not even exaggerating by that much. It's pretty crazy. Trying to see if I can find some of the more, like, exceptionally goofy dual use. Oh, God, words? I can't read these. Here, hold on. Ah, yeah, here we go. Prioritizing what items should be delivered to Gaza normally requires coordination among UN and humanitarian actors working inside Gaza, who then consult this list with the Egyptian Red Crescent, UN agencies, and COGAT outside of Gaza. There are multiple disconnects between the prioritized items and those actually delivered. The biggest challenge is Israel's rejection of critical aid supplies that it considers to be dual-use items. Per Refugee International's interview with aid officials, rejected items can range from water purification tabs to nail clippers to insulin pens to tent poles, because you could, you know, stab an IDF soldier, I guess, to green-colored sleeping bags, I don't know, to field hospital boxes, to medical kits, to water filters, to generators and batteries, to ultrasound devices, to fire hoses and ventilators. But it's like everything, basically. If they don't want to let an aid truck in, they don't want to let an aid truck in.
The widow of the most pro-Israeli senator of my lifetime, John McCain. She has accused Israel of blocking aid trucks, killing aid workers, starving children. Cindy McCain is not UNRWA or Hamas.
So Israel's going with the anything's a weapon if you're creative enough line? Yeah, because a lot of that stuff they say will be used to make concrete that can go into making tunnels or whatever. I mean, they'll say anything. Like, it's not like... I mean, they don't need to have a good reason. They just want to kill Palestinians. It's not... Yeah, ultrasound devices like an ultrasound device works a lot like that perk in Call of Duty where you can see close range through walls. They're worried about you know, Hamas insurgents planting it against a wall and seeing like the heat map sensor of the soldiers on the other side. You know, it's a real concern.
Dean, we are a long, long way from the question you asked. I don't know. That's bad moderating. I'm sorry that I. We have another question from John Levine. John is a political reporter for the Sunday New York Post. He has credits on CNN.com, The Atlantic, The Chronicle of Higher Education. John, thank you for joining us. And come on in with your question, if you could stand up.
Okay. Thank you both for being here. My question is for Mehdi. I think it's an easy question, so I hope we can get a direct answer. I'd like to ask you about your new media startup, Zateo. In May, Rolling Stone reported that
John, this has got to be on the point we're just debating.
It relates to Qatar, which I believe was brought up in the debate.
We're debating whether Israel's actions were justified. That's not on point. I'm sorry, I got to pass on it.
I'm happy to
Oh, damn. Don't warn them ahead of time what your question is going to be. You know, just belt it out.
John, I'm happy to take the question. I'm happy to.
We're not here to talk about your career.
Almost positive the question would have been like some psycho shit, by the way. Just vibe off the bat. It would have been like, why are you a slave of the Qatari government or something? It would have been like that, basically.
I know you are, and I'm not. So I'm sorry, John. If you want to come up with a question that's on point about Israel's actions in Gaza, go for it, please. Yeah, I can, because this is a debate where you ask questions.
This is a surprisingly, like, aggressive environment.
I mean, now I really want to ask the question. I'm just curious. I just want to answer the question.
You can talk afterwards. All right.
I mean, the dude works for the New York Post. I prefer not to talk to him, but...
Thank you, Austin.
It's not my debate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Based.
All right. We are coming down to the end for our closing statements, and that's where each debater has the floor again exclusively to make their case one more time for you. Elon, you're up first in this. One more time to remind people, I think they know that you're arguing that Israel's actions in Gaza are justified. You can take the floor, and you have 2 minutes to tell us why. 2.5 minutes to tell us why.
After the sadistic massacre of...
Again, we're running through the greats right here at the end, okay? It's always about good and evil. It's never about what actually happens. It's always like the narrative of good and evil. It's about the story you tell.
October 7th. Hamas immediately told us, if you leave us on our feet, we will do this again and again. It wasn't enough to cremate little children. It wasn't enough to commit acts of gang rape, pedophilia, necrophilia. It wasn't...
Again, like literally, like me reading through the giant list of scary things. Like, I'm sorry, I have no respect for tactics like this. They have nothing to do with shedding light on a situation or enhancing your understanding of it or trying to build a better world. It's entirely about activating the part of your, what is it, the amygdala? Fear and disgust. The part of your brain that makes you make terrible fucking decisions. The part of the brain that is, and this is not an exaggeration or a joke, physically larger in right-leaning individuals. That is not a joke. That is literally true. That part of the brain that makes you feel fear and disgust is enlarged in conservatives. You know, I talk about there not being a categorical difference in the brains, but in this respect, there's data to back it up. Though this is a difference that is cultivated. The parts of your brain that you use are the ones that get stronger. After all, you know, you do math, you get better at math, you feel fear and terror all the time, you experience fear and terror all the time. Those parts of your brain get stronger. I have no respect for it.
It's enough to gag people.
See, they're literally, like, even an admission. This has nothing to do with enhancing knowledge. This is just about evoking emotion. Fear and disgust. Activate fear and disgust. Fear and disgust. You should be able to make a compelling case for your belief without using these appeals to emotion. I think appeals to emotion can be very effective rhetorically, but I think it says a lot that Mehdi Hasan can talk about the genocide of the Palestinians in a very matter-of-fact, direct, and straightforward way, whereas this guy has to fucking soy out for 8 minutes every time.
Bind them, tie them to trees, and strip them. They told us, we're coming for you. If you leave us on our feet, we will do this again and again. This war has been horrible. We have paid a horrific price for it. We are trying to prevent the threat of a repeat October 7th massacre.
And we are fighting a sadistic enemy that rigged the battlefield in a way that said, we've hidden our military assets under civilians. The only way that you can get to us is by going through civilians. And that's why Israel has taken more actions than any military in the history of the world. And so every commander from Afghanistan...
The ludicrous overstatement, again, it can never be a statement made in moderation. It can never be like a modest statement. It always has to be the greatest battle of good and evil that has ever taken place in all of human history.
And Iraq will agree, in order to keep the civilians safe from their own leader's sick strategy of trying to sacrifice them. That is why it keeps telling them to evacuate. It never designated a safe zone where Hamas terrorists could abuse hostages with impunity. It told them to go where it is safer and where Hamas is not. And on every occasion, it has been stymied by UN agencies saying, no, keep them in Hamas strongholds. By Hamas trying to fight to keep them in the strongholds, while we try to keep them safe from their own psychopath leaders. I asked Mr. Hassan, removing Hamas from power, legitimate, yes or no? And he wriggled out of it. He said, well, defending Israel is legitimate, but not the point you go into Gaza. Okay, his response, end the occupation. Let Hamas have an Ismail Haniyeh International Airport. Let it have a Mohammed Dev naval base. There is nothing you can do with a terror regime that is sworn to your destruction, whose goals are legitimately genocidal. We need this war to end. But we need this war to end in a way that ensures that Hamas cannot restart it at a time of its choosing, feeling emboldened and empowered.
Notice how even through all of this, the fascist has not outlined any condition that would allow the war to end ever. Like, he's been inconsistent on what can even be done. Can Hamas be defeated? Can they be meaningfully stopped? At what point does the war actually end? You know, ideally a war is supposed to have an endpoint, but he hasn't really laid it out. He said that Hamas has been militarily crippled, but he doesn't want the war to end right now because they might do more in the future. He's admitted that Hamas can't be destroyed entirely, and he condemns the overstatements made by, Gallant and Netanyahu, but he hasn't laid out any... So Hamas has been defeated, but they haven't been defeated. But Hamas is an idea, not an organization, and he can't stop the war. You're right, Fluffernutter, truly. The genocide of the Palestinian people is about the journey, not the destination. It's about stopping and smelling the roses. They don't want an end to the war because the only... First of all, a fascist never wants an end to a war, ever. The fascist cannot ever promote the end to a war because war is what justifies the fascism. That is the state of existence they want maintained. They can't maintain it indefinitely, which is why fascism is naturally self-destructive, but, you know. And that's why now, with Hamas being effectively completely neutered as a threat, where do Israel's ambitions lie now? What have we seen in the past few weeks? Yesterday, hundreds of people were killed in Lebanon through indiscriminate bombings. They've said now the war is to the north. The war will literally never end. It will continue with Hezbollah. They will move into Syria if they need to. It would not be the first time Israel has done this. It's not like any of this is unprecedented. They will do anything and everything. Then Iran, they would. It would be ruinous, but that wouldn't stop them. Hitler invaded the Soviet Union. That wasn't a very good idea.
Because of international pressure generated by people like Mehdi Hassan to keep saving it from the wars that it starts.
And Mehdi Hassan, you have the final word in this debate. One more time, your argument for why Israel's actions in the Gaza war were not justified.
Ladies and gentlemen, were the actions of Israel in Gaza justified? Look, the argument is pretty simple tonight and pretty hypocritical from Elon. What we've heard tonight is that nothing justifies October the 7th, but October the 7th justifies everything. Well, I'm here tonight to tell you, no, October the 7th does not justify everything. It does not justify the suffering in Gaza. It does not justify the killing of kids in Gaza. It does not justify the starvation in Gaza. It does not justify the rape and torture of Palestinian detainees, which Elon refused to condemn tonight. It does not justify any of that. It doesn't justify the tearing up of the Geneva Conventions, the defiance of international law and the ICC and our own...
Notice how when Mehdi Hassan describes the many brutalities that Israel has committed and that the fascist refuses to condemn, he doesn't luridly describe it with 30 seconds of disgusting, dripping detail. He just lists it because he's interested in an actual, factual accounting of what has happened and what should be done. He's not interested in relying on shortcutting to people's emotional senses of fear and rage and disgust. He can rely on an actual, logical position to do the work for him.
Leahy law. Yes, October the 7th was a war crime, but the response to a war crime is not to commit your own series of war crimes on an epic scale. 33 times as many people killed since October the 7th as were killed on October the 7th. And I'll say this to you, look, very, very clearly, if you support this motion tonight, you are opening the gates of hell. Not just in Gaza, but globally, because every dictator and tyrant around the world will say...
Well, the gates of hell are already open to people like the fascists, so, you know.
Israel's actions were justified? Then so are mine. Putin, Assad, Kim, they'll all say, Israel killed kids. Israel killed aid workers. Israel killed journalists. So can we. And I will be very clear. I will be very clear with you tonight. If you are here tonight, ladies and gents, if you're here tonight to defend what Israel's done, knowing full well what Israel has done, if you're defending the human suffering in Gaza, the amputation of little kids, if you're doing that in full knowledge, then you're not just here to defend the indefensible or justify the unjustifiable.
It's worth noting, by the way, that if Mehdi Hassan was as allergic to concession as the fascist is, he would be defending October 7th. Remember, to the fascist, this is the greatest battle of good versus evil in human history. We are the most moral army in the world. The Hamas are barbaric, they're animals. If Mehdi Hassan was engaged in that same kind of rhetoric, then he would be over here, like, you know, chanting in Arabic the Psalms from the Quran to justify the eradication of Israel. That degree of insane us versus them, it doesn't matter what morality is, I'm only here for the team sports bullshit, that is a fascist trait. Mehdi Hassan is not engaging in it. His behavior, his responses, his positions are moderated. He cuts through it. He arrives at the morally correct conclusion, as long as you're in favor of things like, you know, innocent people shouldn't be killed. I'm not a moral realist. I just think we tend to share a lot of the same intersubjectively held axioms, but certainly I seem to share a lot of them with Mehdi Hassan.
I'm sorry, you're a sociopath. And I will say to you... Please, don't be a sociopath tonight. Don't support war crimes. Don't defend a genocide. Join me and every human rights organization in the world, every humanitarian aid agency on the planet, every American doctor and nurse who's been out to volunteer in Gaza. Join us in opposing this ridiculous and offensive and horrendous motion. And on behalf of the Al-Dos family, who Elon clearly doesn't give a damn about, I beg to oppose this motion.
Stop fighting! Is this an actual balanced audience? One half of the audience is clearly here for Hassan, and the other half is here for the fascist. And we've done it. I mean, we've got some conclusion stuff, but we did a big video. It's been a while since we've done a big video. I just want to say, as we wrap up this video, because this is going to be a YouTube segment, please consider supporting Progressive Victory, ! PV donate. It would really mean a lot. They use that money very well. They're canvassing right now all over the country. They've got an event up in Wisconsin on October 5th and 6th. They want to bring a lot of canvassers out there. You can only donate if you're American. You can canvass and phone bank whether or not you're an American. You can phone bank from anywhere, though I would recommend you be able to speak English pretty well for obvious reasons. You don't have to be an American citizen to canvass, but of course canvassing is done door to door, so you have to be in America to do it. They do lots of really good work, and I really appreciate all the donos, thousands raised, just while going over this. You can also text bank. They also do text banking, is my understanding, though I think that depends on which campaign they're working with. If you want to know more, ! PV, you can join their Discord, you know?
I I am curious. Did anybody have their minds? Did anybody have their minds changed tonight?
That is not what debate is for.
By anything they heard? Wow. All right. Thanks. John Levine. Yeah. So here's the thing. The reason I turned down John's question, we really tried to preserve the integrity of what a debate is supposed to be, and it's supposed to be about the question, and it's supposed to stay on the question, and it's supposed to avoid personal attacks. But you came all this way, and Mehdi would actually...
Okay, Comrade Robin Hood, why this? Why this? I ask you, why this? Why?
Seems like to answer the question, so go for it. This is an extra.
You were accused of being in the pay of... Yeah. Elon accused you of being in the pay of Qatar earlier. You took objection to that. I'd like you to be able to dispel that you're taking any money from Qatar by confirming that you're not taking money for Zateo for Qatar. Is Qatar funding Zateo? Yes or no?
It's a great question, John, because you work as a media correspondent for the New York Post. No, I'm not. I'm answering your question. Patience. We waited for you. You're a media columnist for the New York Post, were you not?
I'm a political reporter for the New York Post.
You were at one time a media columnist. You should read the Washington Post interview that I did literally when Zateo was founded. And Jeremy Barr, an excellent reporter, slightly better one than you, he asked me that question. And I said, no, we haven't taken any money from foreign governments or foreign citizens. Every investor in Zateo is an American citizen, has nothing to do with Qatar. So nice try, better luck next time. By the way, since we're all in the spirit of asking questions, how do you feel about taking money from the racist Rupert Murdoch every day? All right.
God, I love him.
All right. I regret taking that question. I regret the times this debate failed to be high-minded by two people whom I otherwise respect. And
whom I otherwise respect. Mehdi Hasan did nothing disrespectful at any point during this. He did nothing. He brought honor upon himself. Fuck you. I reject this moderator. That was a good-ass video. Man, I really like him. I really like Mehdi Hasan. I really do. I really do. He's a good guy. Support Zateo? I don't know anything about it at all. When I say I don't consume political content outside of stream, I mean it, you know? With the exception of some specific circumstances. It's his media org? Well, maybe I will check it out. A bit off topic, I really dig that bomber jacket you have on, or is it a windbreaker? It's a bomber, and it's all cotton. It's the only all-cotton bomber I've seen. And I think it's super cute. I think it has a really nice, like, you know, breezy wrinkle to it. Yeah, I'm very predictable, Fluffernutter. What's important about it being cotton? Well, nothing especially important. It's just usually bombers have like a synthetic liner. Nothing wrong with that at all. At the very least. It just has like a particular feel to it and look. It makes it look a little more broken in and natural. A little bit less shiny. Just, you know. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you to everyone who has donated. We still got a lot of stream ahead of us, I feel. I fear. I feel and I fear. I'm capable of both. Shiny is the point of a bomber jacket. Well, it can have multiple points. I'm no model, of course. I try my best. This is the jacket as advertised on the website that I got it from. And I think, as you can see, it has this wonderful broken-in, worn-in look to it. See? It's very cropped. Here it's being worn with like a torn-up kind of like knitted shirt. And these patched cotton painter's pants. I think it has a very nice look to it. You can wear that with basically anything. He wore it better, no offense. A little unnecessary. I was aware of the fact that I don't look like a literal model, you know, but that's okay. We all have goals to aspire to. Stop fighting. Yeah. It looks very nice. Crop do bombers usually hang lower than the belt? Generally, a crop jacket is one that hangs around the hips, more or less. I mean, you can crop more than that, of course, but... What do you think of vintage Wrangler denim pants and shirts? I think they're great. What store was that? Imogen and Willie. Please change your shirt. Too much white on screen. As long as I'm here, there's going to be too much white on screen. Also, my Yeehaw shirt with the horse and the cowboy. No, I don't think I will, actually. I think I'm going to keep it. That's not white. Well, it's all like a off-white cream, but you know. What's next in the docket? Well, we're going to do that goddamn Jubilee video, or at least a significant portion of it. Fuck, do we just want to go right into that? Jubilee is my favorite slot. Yeah. I don't know if I'll be able to do all of it. Is this the Charlie Kirk one? I am not watching Charlie Kirk for 2 hours. Jesus Christ. Absolutely not. Corporal punishment, yeah. Let's run right into it. Fun little bit of lore. Believe it or not, Jubilee contacted me at one point asking if I would be willing to do this myself. And by the this myself, I'm referring to the 1v20 debate. Now, I refuse to denigrate myself in this fashion, and having seen a few clips, I have to say I'm glad it wasn't me. First of all, I'm not a woke teen. I'm a woke, 30-year-old man. Second of all, this kid, I saw a short clip. This kid, he might have the sauce. I saw a little bit, just a little bit. You know, for the most part, I don't really care for the Jubilee content so much anymore because I think that it makes, bread and circus out of a really important issue. I think that infotainment is one thing, but when the people orchestrating the creation of the entertainment don't really have any bias towards the morally correct political view. Thank you, Cassidy, for the very kind 250. It just feels like, I don't know. It feels like spiritually denigrating. It's crazy to see that the Charlie Kirk one kind of blew up on him. Yeah, didn't Meat Canyon draw... Because Charlie Kirk is a very visually unappealing individual. Hopefully most of us can agree on that without me having to substantiate it. And people were making fun of how he looked in the debate. And Meat Canyon drew this, and it went like Giga Platinum, like 600,000 likes on Twitter, which is crazy. That's him in the debate, and he was arguing with I don't want to like narrativize it too much, but I remember the clip, and he was arguing against a very pretty lady. Yeah. So I think it was just like his demonic grinning as juxtaposed, You know, it's if people are going to be petty and shallow, all I ask is that you be petty and shallow against fascists. She's such a huntress. You're so right. She literally has, like, predator phrenology with the eyes forward, like, locked in. You know what I mean? Extremely intimidating. Very powerful stuff. Very powerful stuff. It's all compliment. I volunteer as prey. Okay, dial it back. Dial it back. Go back to like 10 seconds. Look at the creepy smile Charlie Kirk gives.
Well, what does fetus mean?
A fetus is in
That?
utero.
What is abortion is murder and should be illegal.
Took the seat, too.
Well, what does fetus mean?
I don't see the grin.
Is in utero.
What does fetus mean in Latin?
What the? I'm sorry. Is this
It means little human being.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. I don't.
Ooh, his smile is very creepy.
Very good. Very good. Okay. Keep watching it. Someone's funny. This isn't even the video we're meant to watch. This is the video we're meant to watch. Can one woke teen survive? By the way, I have to say, also predator phrenology on this individual with the forward-facing eyes. You know? Like, you are not escape. You're a wildebeest in the grasslands of Africa, and your ass is about to get chomped. Look at that, see? Completely, like... You know what I'm talking about. Thank you, Zachary, for the 250. Thank you, thank you. Heads up, apparently Shark had some problem with copyright claims when he tried to watch a Jubilee video a few days ago on a YouTube stream. Oh! Are they doing that now? Fuck, that's right. We used to be able to watch Jubilee videos freely, and then they upped the copyright striking. I forgot about that. That was also part of the reason we stopped watching them. God, I forgot. Because you can get around that if you're making pre-recorded videos, because you can challenge the copyright strikes. But if you're watching it live, you can't challenge them. They just flood into the stream and they shut you down. Well, that's annoying. When Destiny did it, he put a static overlay and changed the audio pitch. Oh, that sounds like such a pain in the ass. What about Twitter clips? Well, the Twitter clips would also be copyright strikeable. Just watch Destiny's video and react to that. Well, I mean, if he got away with it. Well, I stole his bit, so now I can steal his content ID obfuscation strategies, you know? Oh, that's a nice audio pitch alteration and visual overlay you've added. Don't mind if I yoink? Nah, I don't think so. That's a damn shame, though. Put a filter over it and mirror the screen. You guys ascribe to me a very low level of investment in the longevity of my literal channel and income. Like, you know, just hope that the swarm of bots that decide whether or not you're violating content ID on YouTube, just hope they don't hit you with something that could annihilate your channel almost instantly, and has, in fact, annihilated popular channels for bullshit reasons. You know, let's not play 1 pixel of the Jubilee video on mute. Yeah, from now on, we're going to avoid any pixels with a hex code that was contained within the Jubilee video. But Vosh, my entertainment. Life's hard sometimes, huh? I guess we might just have to talk about, you know, other politics, possibly? Elden Ring time? We'll do Elden Ring tomorrow. Does such a thing exist? It might. It might. Yeah, Sigenial. Let's see. Amid Israel-Hezbollah strikes, Lebanon says only the United States can stop fighting. I don't know if I want to cover anything regarding Lebanon right now, because it feels like all the really interesting stuff that I'm going to have to say will be said after the official invasion begins.
In decades. Monday, Israel's military said it struck over 1,000 Hezbollah targets in Lebanon on Monday.
Oh, I'm
and
sure.
Lebanese authorities said those same strikes killed 492 people, including 35 children. A Lebanese official said it was the country's deadliest day in decades. Israel's military said it struck Hezbollah targets in Lebanon's south, east, and north, including, quote, launchers, command posts, and terrorists.
The woke teen is wearing raw denim and he talks about it. Is that true? You're just baiting me with that, right?
Infrastructure. It released this video of what it said were airstrikes on Hezbollah weapons caches. On Monday evening, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed the Lebanese people in a short video.
I have a message for the people of Lebanon. Israel's war is not with you. It's with Hezbollah.
I noticed that you're speaking English. Now, I don't want to be presumptuous, but I feel like if you were speaking to Lebanon, you might want to, like, have a translator. I don't know how much Arabic you speak yourself, but is this perhaps another desperate bid to signal to Americans that you are the most moral army in the world as you continue massacring babies?
For too long, Hezbollah has been using you as human shields. It placed rockets in your living rooms and missiles in your garage. Those rockets and missiles are aimed directly at our cities, directly.
Is this something that you would say if you were addressing the Lebanese people, or is this something that you would say if you were trying to quickly catch American Zionists up in the new narratives that you're going to use to justify the war of aggression you're engaging in Lebanon? Because it certainly seems to me like you're just providing that context to the American Zionists.
At our citizens. To defend our people against Hezbollah strikes, we must take out those weapons. Now, starting this morning, the IDF has warned you to get out of harm's way. I urge you, take this warning seriously.
Reuters could not independently verify Netanyahu's assertion that Hezbollah has hidden weapons in houses, but Hezbollah has said it does not place military infrastructure near civilians. Traffic slowed to a crawl on Monday along roads leading out of the city of Sidon as families from South Lebanon fled the bombing.
Strikes, warplanes, destruction. No one is left here. Everyone has fled. We took our belongings and left.
Reuters spoke to several families that were headed north to Beirut. They did not know where they would stay or when it would be safe to return. On Monday evening, Israel launched a strike on Beirut's southern suburbs.
They aren't actually using houses for missile launch sites, right? I would love to see evidence provided of that claim. Hamas does store a lot of their stuff in, like, civilian infrastructure. Hezbollah is a full-on military. Like, I'm pretty sure they have weapons depots. It's their country. Yeah, exactly. Lily Krem, you're correct. It's their country. It's not like Hamas is in occupied Gaza, you know, hiding out within it like an insurgency movement. Hezbollah, it's their country. Like, why would they be, oh yeah, like, we just got a new missile, we're gonna hide it in the living room of some family of 6? What? They have armories.
Aimed at Hezbollah leader Ali Karaki, the head of the group's southern front. Hezbollah later said he was safe and had moved to a secure location. However, the armed wing of Hamas said its field commander in southern Lebanon was killed in an Israeli airstrike. In response to Monday's airstrikes, Hezbollah said it had launched dozens of missiles at a military base in northern Israel. Israel's military said sirens warning of Hezbollah rocket fire sounded across the region. including in the port city of Haifa. This video taken by bystanders show what appeared to be interceptions of Hezbollah rockets there. Monday marks the heaviest cross-border exchanges of fire between Israel and Hezbollah since hostilities flared in October last year. The fighting has...
What happened in October of last year? That's so vague. I wish they would explain that with more context.
Raised fears that the U.S., Israel's close ally, and Iran will be dragged into a wider war. A senior U.S. official said the United States does not support a cross-border escalation between Israel and Hezbollah. They added that Washington was going to discuss, quote, concrete ideas with allies and partners to prevent the war from broadening.
Cool. That's going to pop off like any time. It's not going to be pretty. What the hell is this? This might be important to talk about. My problem with talking about this isn't that it's not important to talk about. It's that I feel like everything that I have to say about it is obvious and covered in like 2 minutes. They are about to execute, and I mean about to, like in an hour, basically. Marcellus Williams, or Marcellus Williams, I haven't heard the name spoken out loud. It could be either. My pronunciation of the name is irrelevant to the broader moral injustice here. And it's not going to change. Or at least if it did, that would be extraordinary. So the investment effort at this point seems mostly like a strategy on my part to make you guys sad, and you're annoying enough when you're not. So I don't know. They stayed his execution, then a Republican governor came in and unstayed his execution. What are you talking about, Skynet? Even the DA wants him out, right? Yeah, it seems like a pretty clear-cut case. Both governors were Republicans. Well, clearly one of them was more racist than the other. What is this? Misinfo Nation, the Lost Left, CNN, no ads. From Azan Pecker. Is this like an illegal rip of a documentary or something?
CNN is the worst outlet in the country. Yeah, they make the men. That's why my mom would always say there's 2 things she ever wanted to do in her life: be a nurse and have boys. She did both. That's why she died happy. You know, she died fulfilled. This is why I was such a liberal growing up.
People will say Vosh the fashion arc is annoying and then rate the fit. Yeah. I don't know what this is about.
Yeah, it's because my dad would always listen to Rush Limbaugh, you know, and there's gathering over here. Small group of
facts, no sources.
Mike Lindell just got rolled by a 12-year-old.
Jackson Hinkle didn't make it to.
This about Jackson Hinkle? Oh, okay. This is ripped from a CNN doc. You're gonna get striked, Lamau. Yeah, it seems like I don't know what the rules are for like CNN doc, like not live news stuff, but probably not keen on that. Tungsten Wastrel, how far we've come. There's nothing to cover oreganophobia. Hassan was in the doc, that's why it's in the channel. How auspicious. Did somebody say there's an autistic guy who's going to get executed for being autistic? Robert Robertson? That guy? Is that who you're talking about? Yup, just linked it. Oh, we got time on this one. This execution's on October 17th. Sounds like a Texas thing. I think it might just be. They're coming for me? Yeah. Father with autism who spent over 20 years in death row in Texas for a crime that never occurred. Mr. Robertson was, thank you, William, committed to being a present father to his chronically ill 2-year-old daughter, Nikki, granted custody in November 2001. Tragically, Nikki passed away from prior medical conditions after a short fall from bed, and Mr. Robinson was wrongfully convicted of her death. Hospital staff did not know Mr. Robertson had autism and judged his response to his daughter's grave condition as lacking emotion. Prosecuted, convicted, and sentenced to death using a now discredited version of the shaken baby syndrome. That's cool. It's cool to know that, like, if you're autistic, reacting the wrong way to a tragedy can land you on death row. The overwhelming medical and scientific evidence now shows Nikki died of accidental and natural causes. Mr. Robinson's innocence case is attracting growing and widespread support from eminent scientists, doctors, faith leaders, innocence groups, former federal judges, best-selling novelist John Grisham, and the lead detective who testified for the prosecution, who now believes he contributed to an innocent person being sent to death row. Nice. Hey, we hit 9,000. Can't Biden pardon him? No, Biden can only pardon federal crimes. State crimes are pardoned by governors. And even then, you know. Texans, call Governor Abbott. You know, I really don't think Governor Abbott is going to stay this one. It's a very, I don't know, proto-true crime understanding of the world. It's a very, like, I'm trying to think, like, people want it to make sense. You know, people want there to be a satisfying narrative when something bad happens. So, you know, if a kid dies, it's a tragedy. But it's like, that's unsatisfying if it's just, you know, oh, they died of natural causes. But you've got like a weirdly unemotional guy there, and it's like, oh, hold on now. Now we have a narrative. Now we have the ability to blame somebody. It's unfortunately common. I don't know if this is going to get stayed either. I mean, how often does that happen? The Supreme Court refused to stop his execution. Marcellus? Yeah. Supreme Court allows execution of Marcellus Williams, denying bid for delay. On what grounds? Just refused to hear? Any reason given? Third, I'm sorry, this year among 5 tables of these wives. Williams had been faced with execution twice before following his 2001 conviction for the murder of Gail, a social worker and former reporter for the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. First, in 2015, the Missouri Supreme Court halted execution plans and appointed a special master to review DNA testing on the handle of the murder weapon, the butcher knife that was used to stab Gail 43 times and was left lodged in her neck. Williams' attorney said DNA experts who reviewed the results determined he was not the source of the DNA found on the knife. But the special master sent the case back to the Missouri Supreme Court, and a second execution date was set for August 2017. That's likely the reason why this is being... I'm just gonna... Pardon me for, like, pulling this one out of the ether. The social worker who was killed. She a white woman? I mean, we know she's a woman. She white? I don't know. Yep. Okay, yeah. That's why. That's the reason why. You gotta understand that, like, it's Missouri. There are a lot of people here who would riot if they, because to them, this is like a savage black man murdering a white woman. Think of how Donald Trump to this day defends taking out the ad calling for the execution of the Central Park Five. The exonerated five, you know? Like, racists are often, like, shamelessly out of line with reality when it comes to, like, their preferred lynching targets. And this is essentially a lynching, you know? It's one that's being orchestrated through the apparatus of the state, which I guess definitionally means it's not a lynching, but emotionally the spirit behind it is lynching-esque. Hours before Williams was set to be executed, then Governor Eric Gretchens called it off and appointed a panel of 5 retired judges to investigate the DNA evidence. The board, however, was dissolved by Parson in June 2023 and never issued its final report. Faced with DNA evidence and new information in Williams' case, the St. Louis, that's the current governor of Missouri. So just disbanded without cause, it seems. Faced with DNA evidence and other new information in Williams' case, St. Louis County Prosecuting Attorney Wesley Bell sought to toss out the conviction on numerous grounds, including the results of the DNA testing and constitutional violations during the jury selection process. We saw this. They removed a juror because they were a black man with glasses. And they were like, oh, a black man with glasses? So he'd be biased in favor of Marcellus Williams, who is a black guy with glasses, you know, which is, of course, a racist reason to remove a juror. But the night before an evidentiary hearing was set to take place, Bell's office received new test results indicating DNA on the knife handle was consistent with that of a prosecutor who worked on Williams' case and a former investigator with the St. Louis County Prosecuting Attorney's Office. Ooh, what a twist. Williams' attorneys said in a filing that the DNA results confirmed they handled the knife without gloves, contaminating the evidence. Just me when I'm in a being a retard competition and a Missouri cop walks in, you know, fucking the murder weapon. Let me just like lick my hand, palm, and then grab the handle. Jesus. Slur? Yeah, I suppose. Every unsolved mystery, true crime shit is exactly the same. Unironically, like, I think that listening to true crime is brain rot, but if you listen to it, or like the cliff notes of it, basically, so much true crime, unsolved mystery stuff boils down to the cops were incredibly incompetent. Literally, like over and over and over and over again. It's like often framed as propaganda, but if you actually listen to what's being said, the reason things weren't resolved was the cop like wouldn't listen to a woman or wouldn't listen to a black man, or they like fucking hung up their hat at 3 p.m. because they were done for the day and they didn't care, or they never tested a rape kit, or what, like rarely will true crime podcasts actually frame it in that language. They'll just take the incompetence of the police officers at face value and just assume there was nothing else that could have been done. But yeah, it's been known to happen. With the DNA evidence spoiled, Williams and Bell, the prosecuting attorney, reached an agreement under which Williams would enter a no-contest plea to murder in the first degree with a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. Gale's family indicated they did not support executing Williams, according to court filings, and in August, a judge signed off on the agreement. But Attorney General Andrew Bailey, a Republican, objected to the plea. The state Supreme Court went on to block the plan and ordered an evidentiary hearing on Williams' claims of innocence. In case anyone's like, executing prisoners is so much more efficient than holding them for life. How many fucking millions of dollars do you think Missouri has spent on the constant deliberation over this guy's innocence? You know? They've been at this for like 20 years. During the proceeding last month, a trial attorney who tried the 2001 case said that he removed one black prospective juror because he looked like Williams. When asked whether he struck the juror because of his race, the prosecutor, Keith Larner, said, "No, absolutely not," according to court records. Larner said that he believed the jury, composed of 11 white people and one black person, in Missouri, was fair. The prosecutor also acknowledged that he handled the murder weapon without gloves at least 5 times during witness preparation sessions before the trial. Yeah, I need to prep the witnesses before the trial. Can you hand me the actual murder weapon? Yeah, so the murderer would have looked like this. He's like right in front of them, you know? Like that's what he would have looked like. Do you think that's kind of what he looked like? Does this look familiar to you? This motion? He wouldn't have worn a glove, so I won't wear a glove either. That's commitment to the bit. At the end of the hearing, the St. Louis prosecuting attorney's office told the court that it conceded the, quote, constitutional error of mishandling evidence, end quote, in Williams' trial, and said clear and convincing evidence of numerous constitutional errors in his prosecution were presented. Still, on September 12th, the judge declined to toss out Williams' conviction and sentence. The Missouri Supreme Court then denied relief. In urging the Supreme Court to intervene, Williams' lawyers had asked the justices to wait until they have decided another death penalty case involving an Oklahoma inmate, which they said raised the same issues. The High Court is poised to hear arguments on October 9th in Richard Glossip's effort to toss out his conviction due to concerns about the fairness of the trial. Quote, the ever-present undercurrent of residual doubt as to Mr. Williams' innocence plagues this case, even as his execution looms, end quote, his attorneys wrote in a filing with the High Court. Mr. Williams' conviction and death sentence were secured through a trial riddled with constitutional errors, racism, and bad faith, much of which only came to light recently. They called his conviction a grave miscarriage of justice and said executing him would be an unthinkable, irreversible tragedy. Travesty. Can I say really quick, a rarity? This CBS News article is the most not written by AI article that I've seen from a major news publication recently. This is actually a very good delivery of the information, without like puffery or unnecessary filler. This is actually, I feel like I'm actually being informed right now. Top officials in Missouri opposed the request to call off the execution, claiming that Williams has engaged in a, quote, strategy of extreme delay in bringing the claims and accusing him of attempting to, quote, manufacture another emergency through dilatory tactics? Slow to act, like intended to cause delay. Dilatory. Haven't heard that one before. Okay. Dilatory, intended to cause delay. Quote, the state of Missouri, crime victims for whom the case goes on for decades without resolution, and the criminal justice system are all harmed by endless litigation of meritless claims. Bailey wrote in a filing with the Supreme Court, fuck you, dude. The family of the murdered woman said they don't even agree with his execution. This is the bullshit. They always do this. They're always like, we need to hasten the execution because the family of the murdered victim wants that resolution. And then the family of the murdered victim is like, no, don't use us to justify murdering a potentially innocent person. They just want to kill them. That's it. Because the DA and the governor and all of these rich racist fucks in Missouri are probably connected to or are themselves the kinds of person who want to see a black man effectively lynched for murdering a white woman, allegedly murdering a white woman. And they don't want to like push back against the cultural trend. They don't want to be part of a system that can stop a lynching from happening. Yes, Intelligent Donkey, the Sean video on the death penalty is still probably the best one on YouTube. At least the best one that I've seen. Williams was charged more than a year after Gail's death. Prosecutors claim he broke into her home in University City, a suburb of St. Louis, and after hearing water running in the shower upstairs, found a butcher knife and waited. After Gail came down the stairs, Williams attacked and stabbed her 43 times, then left with her purse and husband's laptop, law enforcement officials claimed. Prosecutors said Williams also took a jacket that he used to conceal the blood on his shirt. His girlfriend later noticed that he was wearing a jacket despite the summer weather, and after he removed it, saw that Williams' shirt was bloody, according to court filings. The girlfriend also testified that she saw the laptop in the car and the purse in its trunk and claimed Williams confessed to killing Gail, according to court records. Roughly 10 months after Gail's death, and after her family offered reward money, a man named Henry Cole, who was a cellmate with Williams when he was in jail on unrelated charges, claimed he confessed to murdering Gail, the prosecutors said. Wait, is that the end of the article? That's an odd place to end the article. I feel like that cut off there. I was interested in reading more. Huh. So it seems like the only evidence against him that's substantial is the testimony of his girlfriend? Certainly, like, the idea that that's enough to warrant the death penalty. I mean, nothing is, but, you know. The one time you read anything. Yeah, the one time I read something, I get punished for it. I didn't get a satisfying conclusion. God. Honestly. Reading. Isn't DNA evidence also a lot less reliable than people think? Yeah. You know, a lot of propaganda shows give people the impression that it's like a bulletproof point of evidence, you know? But in reality, there are problems with it. Well, now I want to read, like, the Wikipedia article on the case because that cut off so unsatisfyingly. Starts true crime stream. Shut up. Charged with the murder based on the testimonies of 2 witnesses. Like, genuinely, death penalty from 2 witness testimonies is insane. Like, I don't think anything justifies the death penalty because I don't like the death penalty. But, like, literally 2 people said you did it. That's it. He is set to be executed on September 24th. Oh, that's today. Yeah, I saw Pompeius 36 BC. The crime scene left an abundance of forensic evidence for profiling the otherwise unknown murderer, such as fingerprints, footprints, and hair, and a DNA trace in the murder weapon. Gale's family announced a $10,000 reward for information leading to an arrest and conviction. In response, 2 individuals, Henry Cole and Lara Asaro, named Marcellus Scott Williams as the culprit. Williams had an extensive criminal record. Cole volunteered that Williams had made a jailhouse confession to them when they were both in jail on charges unrelated to the murder. Cole had already been released before volunteering his information. Williams had started serving a 20-year sentence for robbing a donut shop. Lara Asaro, the girlfriend of Williams at the time of the scene, gave testimony. Williams confessed to her in detail what had happened. This is after she discovered evidence from the crime scene in Williams' car. Unlike Cole's deposition, which was compatible with news reports, she is said to have provided details that had not been mentioned in the public accounts of the crime, a point contested by the Innocence Project. Oh, hold on. Okay, so the claim is that his girlfriend gave information that wasn't publicly available, so she must have known something. That's pretty compelling, but then the Innocence Project disputes this. Wait. Quote, both of these individuals were known fabricators. Neither revealed any information that was not either included in media accounts about the case or already known to the police. Their statements were inconsistent with their own prior statements, with each other's accounts, and with the crime scene evidence, and none of the information they provided could be independently verified. Okay, well, that's a very strong claim. What is the evidence the Innocence Foundation has for making it? Okay, wait, now I'm getting into it. Now we are doing true crime. Okay, hold on. Okay, none of the forensic evidence matched Mr. Williams. I think that's true. I think we know that. Right? Okay, let's finish with this and then we'll look at this. Okay, hold on. Both informants stood to benefit from their testimonies, which varied over time and which sometimes conflated with other details about the murder. Okay. We'll get back to that soon. Both could gain financially from the reward offered. One witness, Glenn Roberts, stated that he had purchased an Apple laptop from Williams shortly after the robbery. Williams did not testify at his trial. What? Williams didn't testify at his... After the trial, Williams said he had sold the victim's Apple devices to Roberts. Wait, I'm sorry. Am I stupid? Wait, let me... Henry Cole and Lara Asaro both named him as the perpetrator. One witness, Glenn Roberts. So what? How are you a witness? So he's only a witness in the capacity that he claimed he had purchased an Apple laptop from Williams. Okay, he wasn't... Okay. Williams did not testify at his own trial? After the trial, Williams said he had sold the victim's Apple device to Roberts, and that he had told him he had received the laptop from Lara Asaro, a defense which would have linked her to the crime. So Williams didn't testify at his own trial, but claimed that he did in fact sell an Apple laptop to Glenn Roberts, but says he got that laptop from his girlfriend, who was one of the people who named him. I'm not sure how common it is to testify at trial. I guess I don't know how common it is either, though it happens a lot in the TV shows, but I don't know if that's a reliable way of determining the... Okay. During the trial, the judge had refused to allow testing of some of the DNA evidence found at the scene. Williams was convicted of Gale's murder in 2001 by the jury after testimony from 22 witnesses. 22 witnesses?! Williams was already serving a 50-year sentence for an unrelated robbery when he was sentenced to death on October 27, 2001. It's bad normally to testify. You don't want to be cross-examined? Okay, gotcha. He has always maintained his innocence in the Gale case until he accepted an Alford plea of guilty in August 2024. His case has been appealed unsuccessfully several times. He was first scheduled to be executed by lethal injection in 2015. In appeals, his defense produced evidence that DNA taken from the knife at the scene revealed an unknown male profile that did not match that of Williams. Then he was scheduled to be executed in 2017. So no DNA evidence ever linked him there. DNA on the knife did not match that of Williams. So still, the only evidence is the testimony of a former cellmate, his ex-girlfriend, and a person he sold an Apple laptop to, which he admits that he did, but says he was given that laptop by his girlfriend. But there's no DNA evidence of him being there, despite there being an abundance of DNA evidence present at the scene. And then this is all the legal such and such. That's it? This is like an insane lack of information. Like, there's no... Like, yeah, where's the bloody shirt? Right? So wait, where's the claim about the jacket and the shirt? Like, that seems... Gale's purse, her jacket, and her husband's laptop were found to be missing, along with some other minor items. And the claim is that he took her jacket to cover up the bloodstains on the shirt? Wouldn't it make more sense to take a shirt to replace the one with bloodstains? Remember all the testimonies came after reward money? Yeah. It would, but this doesn't have to make sense. I mean, I get, it's just like shocking to me. It's so little information to base a fucking execution on. I mean, maybe he did do it. I don't know. It's just like, damn, there's just not a lot to go off of here. Did it say what happened to the laptop? Yeah, the laptop was sold by Williams to Glenn Roberts. But then Williams said he had received the laptop from Laura Asaro, his ex-girlfriend, who was one of the people who said Williams had done the crime after being offered reward money. It is a plausible alternative that the girlfriend did it and framed him, but only after reward money would come out? Why talk then? Like, if she actually did it, wouldn't it not make sense for her to bring attention to herself by outing her boyfriend? Because then that would open up her boyfriend to saying she did it? I don't know. I don't know. It's just a lack of information. That's it. Like, I don't want to speculate and say that she's at fault. You know, I'm just saying it's just not a lot to go off of. A lot of crimes are tried like this, you know? They don't want you to think that about the criminal justice system. They don't want you to think, like, oftentimes it's just a damn crapshoot, but oftentimes it is. That's the truth. Okay. Now, the Innocence Project has claimed that the testimony provided by the ex-girlfriend and by the former cellmate are inconsistent, insubstantial, don't make sense, so on and so forth. The prosecution's case against Mr. Williams was based entirely on the unreliable testimony of two incentivized witnesses. The fact that they're incentivized to begin with is already a pretty huge deal, right? Like, the fact that they would only come forward with this information about a potential murder when, like, really? Only after money's put on the table? That's a pretty big conflict of interest, yeah. The case against Mr. Williams turned on the two. By the way, I want to make it clear, just in case I haven't made it appropriately clear. I'm not saying that Williams is innocent. I don't know. That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm just, that's literally it. I'm only casting doubt upon the, what I think should be like a level of assurity that you have before condemning a man to death. You know? Like that's the only, I mean, I'm anti-death penalty in general, but still, it's just like remarkable. The case against Mr. Williams turned on the testimony of two unreliable witnesses who were incentivized by promises of leniency in their own pending criminal cases and reward money. Hold on. I didn't realize his ex-girlfriend had a pending criminal case. Wait, whoa. Hold on. The investigation had gone cold until a jail inmate named Henry Cole, a man with a lengthy record, claimed that Mr. Williams confessed to him that he committed the murder while they were both locked up in jail. Cole directed police to Laura Asaro, a woman who had briefly dated Mr. Williams and had an extensive record of her own. Both of these individuals were known fabricators. Citation needed? Neither revealed any information that was not either included in media accounts about the case or already known to the police. Their statements were inconsistent with their own prior statements, with each other's accounts, and with the crime scene evidence, and none of the information they provided could be independently verified. I would like it if this could be substantiated. Aside from their testimony, the only evidence connecting Mr. Williams to the crime was a witness who said Mr. Williams sold him a laptop taken from Miss Gale's home, but the jury did not learn that Mr. Williams told the witness he had received the laptop from Laura Asaro. Wait. The only evidence connecting Mr. Williams to the crime, apart from the testimony of those two, was a witness who said Mr. Williams sold him a laptop taken from Miss Gale's home. But the jury didn't learn that Mr. Williams told the witness he had received the laptop from Laura Asaro. So that wasn't a claim made by Mr. Williams, but that's a claim backed up by the person who the laptop was sold to? Because if that's the case, that would be like a trail of evidence implicating Laura Asaro before... where's the laptop? Is it been entered into evidence? Mr. Williams is devoutly religious. Never mind, kill him. Huh. Yeah, sorry. I really wish there was like a satisfying narrative to play off of here, but unfortunately there just isn't. Life is unsatisfying. Life is often unsatisfying, and we make it a lot worse when we try to impose narrative sense onto it. What can we do about this man's execution? Probably nothing. It's very possible that like he is literally eating his last meal right now. Like I think the execution's scheduled in 24 minutes. Like there's not, you know, I'm not here to motivate you with insincere calls to action, you know. If you are within 20 minutes drive right now of the St. Louis County Prosecuting Attorney jail, you have the ability to stop this. If you go right now, you can run for it. No, don't do that. Me charging into the execution chamber. Stop fighting. No. I don't know. No kidding, Eddie. Well, I guess we were his last hope and we let him down. It is very sad. I think it's important to remember in light of this that violent crime is down. Like, random injustice is down in the United States right now. We get really fearful about stuff like this, but I think it's important to remember. I talked about this before, and chat was weirdly resistant to it. Like, they didn't like this idea that everyone was randomly raping and murdering everyone else back in the medieval period. But, like, it's true. It's really, really incredibly true. Like, there are so many historical accounts from the 100 Years' War where whenever the English or the French would retake territory or, like, any of that crap, just, like, non-stop, like, constantly, you know? Isn't it even mentioned in that one video from the guy who likes to say stuff like, space technology, doo-doo-dum-boom, and all the, like, early 2000s computer blip-bloop Windows XP stuff? He did the history of the Earth and the history of Japan and stuff like that. In the History of Japan video, didn't he literally say that after the shogunate united all of feudal Japan, the birth rate, yeah, Bill Wirtz, the population of Japan skyrocketed because people stopped fighting with each other and started having babies, you know? Thank you, Annie. I tried my best. He is, after all, an expert on the subject, lol, but you're right. No, but I just mean, like, as bad as things are, and they are bad, on average, for most people, things are better now than they have been in the past. Yes, that's not the case in Ukraine right now. Yes, that's not the case in Gaza right now. But in aggregate, I think the biggest, in addition to like technological developments like medicine, right, or the availability of food thanks to its widespread production, in addition to, you know, factors like that, infant mortality, you also have global telecommunications, right? It used to be when the Palestinian people were being brutalized. How did you hear about it? Well, I hope your local newspaper talks about it, because if not, you literally have no way of hearing about it. Maybe you get like a pamphlet. And the pamphlet says, like, hey, did you know on the other side of the world, a group of people who you know nothing about are being treated poorly? Oh, okay. I'd be very curious about the contents of this pamphlet if I could read. That was what life was like for a while. Nowadays, you know, we're much more interconnected, and I think as a consequence of that, you know, we are better to each other on average. Stephen Pinkerark? No, because that, like, fake optimist bullshit is about complacency and, you know, ironing over the crimes. You know, get used to them. Pinker's a cocksucker. Don't you denigrate the noble art of cocksucking like that. Come on. Republicans are saying their cities aren't reporting to crime data to the FBI. I did a quick write-up debunking it. Well, hold on. We're not looking at Twitter debunks right now, but I did see that, yeah. It is a very inconvenient fact for a lot of fascists that the crime rate is going down, so they have to imagine that it is higher. Because all of their insane alarmism makes a lot less sense if you recognize the fact that the crime rate is going down. It's spiritually higher, true. Hold on. Ow. Warm in here. Florida is possible. I don't think it's going to happen. Would be nice, though. Haitian group in Springfield, Ohio files citizen criminal charges against Trump and Vance. Compelling stuff, though I wouldn't get your hopes up if you think this is going to stop them. Jesus Christ, they're wearing the same suit. Literally looks like a dad and his grandson or something. I don't know. It just looks stupid. Leader of a nonprofit representing the Haitian community invoked a private citizen right to file charges Tuesday against former President Donald Trump and his running mate J.D. Vance over the... What do they mean, private citizen right to file charges? Anyone can file You can sue people for whatever. It's just a matter of whether or not it gets tossed out in court. What are they... Am I like demonstrating a degree of ignorance right now by not knowing? Is there like a separate thing? It's an Ohio thing, they're actual criminal charges. I mean, but you can sue anyone for anything. Criminal charges are normally brought by prosecutors. Wait. You're saying in Ohio, you can skip the prosecutorial stage and just bring... No, okay, sorry. You mean like criminal charges, like what have you been charged with, like what a cop would say. You can do that in Ohio? It's not even a lawsuit? Okay, so I didn't know that was a thing you could do. Everything is possible in Ohio? Fair point. Yeah, but it's not guaranteed to be taken up by a DA. If it's not guaranteed to be taken up by a DA, then it seems like it's not much different to filing... Well, I guess if it's like criminal charges, it is still different to the civil charges that you would impose if you filed a lawsuit. It's just strange. I don't know. It seems strange to me. It's like, yeah, you're like requesting criminal charges. I don't know. Is that good? Do I like that? Maybe I do? I don't know if I do. I don't know. Charges brought by private citizens are rare but not unheard of in Ohio. Examples might be a grocery store charging a customer for a bounced check. State law requires a hearing to take place before the affidavit can move forward. As of Tuesday afternoon, none has been scheduled. Okay, so it hasn't even been moved forward. I don't expect this is going to go very far. Like, what are the charges? False claims about legal immigrants there during a presidential debate? Like, how, like, does that translate? Can you, like, specifically say that's slanderous? I don't know. Strange. They're holding them responsible for the bomb threats. I don't know. It's pretty difficult to get someone for stochastic terrorism in the States. Slander is a civil matter? Oh, you're right. Slander is a civil matter, so it can't be that. It has to be, yeah, stochastic terrorism, incitement to violence, something like that. I don't know. Here are the charges in the filing. I doubt it's going to be picked up. Disrupting public services, making false alarms, complicity, telecommunications harassment, aggravated menacing, telecommunications harassment again, and complicity. Huh. All right, well, you know, as long as they have fun with it. Yeah, this is a bit of good news. You guys want some good news? You guys want some good news? Wouldn't that be good? Good news? Maybe? A little bit? In several swing states, it seems that we don't have to worry about the electors failing to certify the results if they get a Kamala Harris victory in that state. Top election officials in major swing states say they are prepared to take local governments to court if they refuse to certify the 2024 presidential election, a move that could impede an effort to overturn the election if former President Donald Trump loses. Officials in Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin wasn't so worried about Arizona, PA and Wisconsin more so, I think, made the comments in interviews with USA Today and at a public event at the University of Michigan on Thursday as they sought to assure the public they would protect the legitimacy of the election. I'm a little worried about Georgia. You should be worried about Georgia. Efforts to change Nebraska's split electoral votes by Republicans have also failed. Yes, that we covered that, but yes, this has also failed. So the main threat right now is in Georgia because we don't know what the progress is on the lawsuits against the state election certification board with regards to their change to force everything to be hand counted. I have already written off Georgia in my head. Don't give it up! Don't give it up. How are you feeling about North Carolina now? I think we have a decent shot at North Carolina. We would immediately take them to court to compel them to certify, and we're confident, because of how clear the election law is in Pennsylvania, the court would expeditiously require the counties to certify their election results, said Pennsylvania Secretary of State Al Schmidt. That's nice. Don't give up, but there should also be a path to victory that doesn't rely on Georgia. Let's do the math. With our favorite doom and gloom calculator. Okay. Still think these are going blue. Hey, Wisconsin's only going blue if you guys go out and canvass. Exclamation point, PA, or sorry, not PA, PV or PV donate. You got to get out there, folks, or you're going to hell. Maybe. Nevada's probably going blue. Let's just say for the sake of argument. Arizona's probably going blue. Let's just say for the sake of argument, because we're calculating like, okay, assuming all of that, Dems only need one of the three. Even if we don't get Arizona, Dems still only need one of the three. We'll need Nevada for that to be the case, though. If we don't have Arizona, Wisconsin, or Nevada, like they all go red, we would need two of the three. Nevada's probably going blue. I believe Nevada's going blue. I'd be surprised if it didn't. So let's just say it's going blue, okay? Let's just say it's going blue, right? North Carolina is looking increasingly likely for Kamala because of Mark Robinson dragging down other Republicans on the ticket. I mean, is there evidence of that being the case, that anyone was going to turn out for Mark Robinson but not for Trump in the presidential? Maybe. I agree, momentum's looking good in North Carolina. Look, if this is the state we find ourselves in, Michigan is going blue. If you think otherwise, you're crazy. God, I hope I don't have to eat those words. Nevada, I'm pretty sure, is going blue. I still think Arizona and Wisconsin are going blue, but let's say they don't. You know, in that case, we need to win these two. Pennsylvania right now is a coin flip. It's a coin flip. If we get Pennsylvania, though, we only need one of the other four. Likewise with Georgia. Though Georgia, they're going to try and steal. If we get Georgia, we only need one of the other four. I think right now, if you put a gun to my head and you asked me, what are the odds here on all of these? I would say, here, let's reset the map again, okay? I would say Nevada, 90-10. Kamala. That'd be my guess. Michigan, 90-10. Just keep that. That's like my, I'm very confident. I'm just tossing those out there, in my opinion. Wisconsin, I say 70-30 in favor of Kamala. Arizona, 60-40, ballparking it. Nuts, I think I agree. Georgia, without tampering from their election board, I would say 60-40. I think Georgia has a solid lean here. I really do. I think North Carolina and Pennsylvania are toss-ups, coin flip, maybe a little better than a coin flip, maybe 55-45, maybe 60-40. I think things are looking okay here. You know, can we win without Georgia? Well, if Georgia gets stolen, or if we lose it legitimately, or if it gets stolen, yeah, we can still win. Assuming we take Nevada. Oh, no. Assuming we take Nevada, we take Arizona, and then we take Michigan. Now all we need is one of these three. We're not taking Utah. No Blutah. North Carolina, Pennsylvania, or Wisconsin. Oh, wait, not Wisconsin. Sorry. Wisconsin doesn't get us there. We can win Wisconsin in this dynamic. We still need PA or North Carolina. The basic gist of it is we need one of these three. We absolutely 100% need one of these three. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. If we don't get one of those three, it's over. I wish this wasn't so close. Yeah, that would be nice. Winning combinations? I don't know what you're referring to. Sailor of Lemons. What was the fucky shit happening in PA again? Deregistering voters. Which, hey, you can help fix. If you sign up with Progressive Victory, you can do phone banking in Pennsylvania. You can canvass in Pennsylvania. And you can be, let's just say, instrumental in forestalling the apocalypse, okay? That would be nice. That would be nice. I think the polls are 2020 inaccurate. Well, what we want them to be is 2022 inaccurate. That's what we want. If they're 2022 inaccurate, then we are likely to see a pretty strong Kamala Harris victory. Good news, nearly 1.4 million mail and absentee ballots have been requested in Pennsylvania. Well, that's good to know. Here's how they break down. Stop the steal. What can we Eurotards do? You can phone bank with Progressive Victory. Join their Discord, get some training on phone banking. It doesn't take that long. You'll mostly just be calling people to remind them about the election and ask them what their plans are. Depends on the state, Rakewell. You'll want to check with your state law. there will be less mail and absentee ballots this year. There's no longer a pandemic that justifies it. That might be the case on one end, but on the other hand, I'm pretty sure that in some states we're seeing record levels of absentee and mail ballots requested. Well, absentee ballots, you know, when they are capable of being requested. So that's cool. USPS says it's going to struggle this election cycle. I'm trying to find, I saw a news article on this. Huge surge in mail-in ballot requests. Give me the article I was looking at. Not seeing it. Something from the past month? It would have been from the past month. Postal Service insists that it's ready for a flood of mail-in ballots. Texas is actually a swing state with a fascist state government. That is true. That is absolutely true. Yes. If it was not for the Texas state government throwing out ballots and shutting down polling places and what have you, Texas would in all likelihood have gone blue in 2020 and would probably remain a very competitive swing state in this election. And keep in mind, if Texas ever goes blue, that's it for Republicans. It is, we are already under occupation of an anti-democratic, like rigged system, like beyond just the you know, the electoral college. Good thing Bluxus is guaranteed this year. Yeah, yeah. Well, then we better make it blue, Panic Stasis. I don't remember Case Foos. I really want this to be true. You know, they've started rolling out the new USPS trucks. After so much time and design, they have finally... Fuck this article! The new USPS truck, so much for looking cool while you deliver mail. The next generation delivery vehicle is a visual abomination. Go fuck yourself. It looks fantastic. It's not supposed to look like a fucking Corvette. It's supposed to be your friendly neighborhood mail delivery vehicle. A very low bumper, so if it hits a kid, they go over the hood, not underneath the car. Giant visibility, air conditioning, which, by the way, previous USPS vehicles have not had. It's incredibly, like, local neighborhood friendly. This thing, this brings delight to its neighborhood. It's cute. It's not supposed to be like a cool, epic, awesome vehicle or whatever. Go fuck yourself. I think it's rad. Look at this. Doesn't that look fantastic? Look at how friendly it is. Easy to step onto if you're a mail carrier and you're like getting old or you're injured or whatever. Like, you know, you can relatively easily board it and offboard it. Great visibility. It's a neighborhood vehicle. It's friend-shaped. Fully electric, I believe, too, right? Yep. Because USPS vehicles aren't like doing giant highway drives or whatever. They don't need to. They just do like controlled loops in a neighborhood. They shouldn't have to burn any gas at all. Mail carriers love this truck. I love this truck. Everyone at USPS hates this. I've heard the opposite. I've heard that people love this thing. I hear it actually has air conditioning. Yeah, the previous trucks didn't. Oh, yeah, and you can stand up straight in it. That's huge. You literally walk into it. Rather than, like, getting up and getting out. Because you have to get up and out and down. Like, you have to get up and out of your truck, like, all the time as a mail carrier. So in this case, you can just walk in. That's got to be so good for your back. You know? Like, even if you're a healthy person, you don't want to get up and down in a car seat, like, 500 times a day. That's just annoying. That's just annoying. Anyway, what I'm saying is I want these vehicles to deliver billions and billions of Kamala Harris ballots. Fraudulent, authentic, it doesn't matter to me. Yeah, the female carriers as well, Sake. Okay, this article is literally written by, like, a fucking moron. Stupid. Probably an oil company. Yeah. God. It's a site called Car Driver. You're right. We know how car drivers tend to be. We know. I think the problem is how horrible the gas mileage is. Well, I believe it's an electric vehicle, so gas mileage is probably pretty good. Here, let me take a really quick piss, and then we'll continue. You should probably not do fraudulent ballots. I don't care jokes with the Progressive Victory logo on screen. So is comedy illegal now? They can take my I was there in Atlanta dropping 20,000 fraudulent votes for Joe Biden in 2020 jokes away from my cold dead hands. If they can prove it, they can impugn me for it, okay? But they can't prove it. Because I was wearing a balaclava as I dumped those 20,000 ballots for Joe Biden. In Atlanta. Yeah, the Atlanta ballot buster. Luke McAdams, I don't even need to read it to know what it's like. All right, folks. It's been 4 hours, which is crazy because I've had a pretty good time streaming. I feel like my heart grew 3 sizes today, which is crazy because the actual content of this stream was composed mostly of us learning about the details of he's being executed like right now is the thing. It was all like pretty depressing shit, you know? I'll take a look, Appalachian Anarchist. That does suck. That does suck. Look. I'm not just plugging PV over and over again because I am, beholden to them as an organization. I'm plugging them because I think that they genuinely do incredibly good work. The donations are important. If you've donated, if you've hit !PV donate and donated, I love you. If you've hit !PV and gotten involved in their canvassing in Wisconsin shortly, in their canvassing across the country, in their phone banking, that does mean a lot to me too. I beg of you to consider it. First of all, normally I make like deprecating jokes at this point where I say, what are you doing anyway? You're losers. You're in your room jerking off. Like, go out there and do some good. I don't take back any of these comments. They're true, and I'm based for saying them, okay? But I really don't want to undersell, like, on an authentic level, I don't want to undersell how good these experiences have been to the people who have participated in them. The emails, the messages that I get. Oh, canvassing wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Phone banking wasn't as bad as I thought it'd be. I imagined it would be me like confronting angry boomer MAGA types, but in reality, it was mostly friendly conversations with regular day-to-day folks, some of whom agreed with me on a lot, some of whom were more neutrally minded, some disagreed, but overall, people are nice to other people in person, overwhelmingly, you know? Maybe folks get annoyed getting called and canvassing, phone banking. Okay, sure, you peeve some people off a tiny bit, but they tend to be understandable. And what did you do to them anyway? Take 8 seconds of their very busy day? I'm telling you, the work you can do is instrumental. And it's not good for your mental health to be consuming all of this political content and to not do anything about it. I mean, doesn't that depress you? I get to satiate my desire to positively affect the world because this is my job. I'm live streaming to an audience, but you're watching the political content, you're consuming the political content. Don't you feel a little bit, I don't know, anxious? You see all this stuff happening, the rise of global fascism, and you're just observing it. I think it would do you some good to get involved. Maybe a lot of you already have gotten involved. That is fantastic. I respect that. And I'm asking those of you who haven't to give it a shot. It's not about me. I in no way benefit from anything PV does, except to the extent that we all benefit from, like, Kamala Harris beating Donald Trump in the election, you know? It's just something that's important to me. I mean, it should be important to all of us. I mean it. But Vosh, I'm British. You can phone bank if you are British. Anyone can phone bank. ! PV. Join the PV Discord. You can. Good job, Vosh. Here's your government paycheck. Yeah. Isn't that foreign election interference? No. If that's a sincere question, foreign election interference is when you're making a clandestine effort to do such on the dime of a government, a foreign government. And a foreign citizen, a foreign individual is completely free to... I mean, it's not election interference if you're British and you tweet, you know, hey, vote for Kamala Harris, right? Yeah, foreign election interference is what Tim Pool does. Not what we do. I don't take money from anyone except for you guys and YouTube, Google AdSense. This day, 5.5 years, and not a single sponsor to this channel. And I get offers every day. The only time I have ever received money was a check that I got for God, what was it? I did it on stream. It was like a group call thing I did about some event somewhere. It happened like 4 years ago. I don't remember the details, and I never cashed the check. It's sitting at the bottom of one of my many, many, many unkempt desk drawers right now. I have never received a dime for any of this except the donations and YouTube AdSense. How much was it? It was $500. Can I have it? No. I wish I could remember what it was for. Checks expire anyway. Well, I'm not going to cash a check 4 years after. You get me. Not gonna lie, that 500 would be life-changing for someone out there, just saying. Hold on, pardon me for being a little bit principled, just a bit. How is that? Like, Sake Tanuki donates to me, and I'm like, you know, oh, thank you, I'll buy a sock with that. And you don't. Okay, I know the innate cruelty and injustice of the world, the economic inequality. I'm aware. I'm not. I give you know. Yeah. I'm not. Dusty Poncho, 500 is a lot of money. Not just a budgeting thing, you know? I want to stay... I don't want to be inconsiderate. Jack, thank you for the 500. My goodness. Well, shit, now I feel like we're going to hit 10 grand to the donations before before I end the stream, which I would like. I mean, that's a nice clean number. This is going to go on for a while, by the way. Tomorrow, I'm going to try and do myself a nice big game stream. I've been playing Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree. We've been doing lots of wacky stuff, and by wacky stuff I mean dying over and over to the bosses. We're going to try to do a nice big one, and we'll be having this running. I'll have TTS running for it as well, so it'll play out loud the stuff that you say in a distinct TTS voice. Distinct TTS voice, you know. Very distinct. It's not dying, it's learning. Yeah. Pretty sure there's a few donos in the pipe. I put one in like 5 minutes ago. Yeah, there may well be. There is a backend because it has to clear with the credit processor. It's not being done via PayPal the way that it does with my TTS. When people donate to me, it either the YouTube API sends it after clearing that payment, or it's through PayPal, which happens really quick. But when it goes through a card processor, it takes a second to... I don't know. I'm not a back-end tech guy. That's not my 8.5-inch cock. How far are you into Shadow of the Erdtree? I just went down a big hole, and I met a guy with flowers. Can I say that? Is that spoilery? Yeah. You get me. No spoilers, no spoilers. Oh, by the way, did you guys see this? I can't believe this shit. This is so cool. Apparently, Jason Jules and Uniqlo are doing a collaboration. You all know what Uniqlo is, I assume. But Jason Jules is one of my style icons. I've shown this guy's pictures before. This guy is drippy as hell, and he's doing a Uniqlo collaboration. So you can get some, like, really nice, you know, well, he says Ivy style. I mean, yeah, you know, for like really, really accessible prices. And Uniqlo has good basics. Like, look, this is really good looking, you know? I know who Jason Jules is, the Black Ivy guy. This guy's like a fashion legend. Fast fashion? It's Uniqlo isn't fast fashion, and this is not fast fashion either. $10K? $10K? $10K! Yo! Joey, thank you so much for the $250. I really appreciate that. Thank you. 10 gay! More than 10. 10.1 gay. Even. Thank you. Thank you, James. The 25. I really appreciate that. Just let it be known. If I don't say thank you to every dono, ignore the donation. Sometimes the number there doesn't quite match the total. I can see the total on my end. Actually, the total is higher than is displayed. The current total, according to the back end that I have, is 10,584. You know, this is all proprietary TTS dono tracking stuff from... Yo, Kara, thank you for the $100. It's for Progressive Victory. I mean, so they put this together effectively for my stream. How cool is that? Because I can't do the TTS on my end because the donos have to go to Progressive Victory, and it can't go through Act Blue because Act Blue has its own proprietary such and such. So it's PV specific for the TTS, because the TTS is important for the people donating because they like the noise. Thank you for the 25. So they built it. I think it's really cool, and I think it's really nice of them. Anyway, yeah, Jason Jules is a style icon. He looks fantastic. I like, here. I think I might have shown this before. This image of him, where he has this gorgeous military jacket and like bandana ascot dealio over a tweed suit jacket. There's a picture of him, I believe it's him, if my memory serves, wearing shorts, where he just looks absolutely stellar. And I want to... Here we go. Thank you, Dye Workwear. He looks fantastic here, but this, to me, this is the style icon thing that I'm talking about. These cut-off cargo shorts, high-waisted, that cut off right at the knee, that has this beautiful curve to it, that kind of like, it doesn't have that like stiff leg look to it that a lot of shorts do, but it follows the curve that these wider cargo pants would have. The beautiful loafers, the fitting belt, it's just, oh. Loafers are key. Loafers are key to a fit like this, 100%, yeah. And this is, I assume, like a poplin shirt? Poplin work shirt would be my guess. Whatever. Anyway, yeah. Collaboration with Uniqlo. How cool is that? That looks like an Oxford. You think so? It looks too rumpled to be an Oxford. It's got the button-down collar, but I guess it could be. Maybe I'm off on that. Thin Oxford rumples easily. Yeah, I'm no expert, you know. Okay, here's what I'm going to do, folks. Thank you all very much for the incredibly kind donos and for everyone who signed up to Progressive Victory. It really means a lot. I didn't read yesterday's donations to me. I'm going to read those now. After that, stream is going to end. Tomorrow, we're going to begin a night stream relatively early, maybe around 4 p.m. PT. I'm going to open with politics, and then we're going to play some more Elden Ring. When we're playing Elden Ring, I will up the volume on the Progressive Victory donation tracker so that we can all, you know, hear the donations and the TTS. Thank you, Dylan, for the $100. Yeah, see, in the future, that'll make a loud noise. You know. So that's tomorrow's plan. I want to be very active while we're doing the PV promotional stuff. Also, streams are going to get longer, and they're going to get more unstructured the closer we get to Election Day, because more stuff is going to be happening. You know, thank you for the 15. More stuff is going to be happening. You know, it's just going to be like, oh, here I am on stream again, because stuff is happening. You know? Do you get all PV donos or just ones done through the stream? I don't get any PV donos. If you donate through the ! PV donate link right here, then that just goes straight to them. I don't touch that. Nor should I, because then I would be on the hook for it tax-wise. Thank you for the $30. I really appreciate that. It can be tiring to care sometimes. You know, sometimes, and pardon me for being a little bit, you know, oh, woe is me. Just a little bit, oh, woe is me. But I still want to say, you know, I think that it's easy to retreat into cynicism, and I think that oftentimes it can be quite difficult to put forward your best. And I engage in a lot of comedy here, but the comedy is always intended as what it is intended to be. It is always meant to be comedy. I don't try to do it to like obfuscate the perceived seriousness of the subject. So I hope that in the spirit of that, we all take this seriously, and we all, you know, I know it hurts to care sometimes, and I'm not saying that in like a, you know, oh, we're all such brave warriors of the soul, we're all such fortified individuals, but it's true to an extent, and we should be respectful of that, if for no other reason than because it lets us feel good about ourselves. So let's try our best. That Theo went suddenly on the hook for taxes for $300,000 in donos couldn't be Vosh. Yeah, for those of you who aren't aware, the first fundraiser I ever did on this stream, the first major one, was in 2022, I think, after Israel did a bombing run on Gaza. And I did a fundraiser that went haywire. Nearly $300,000 for the Palestine Children's Relief Fund, the PCRF. I didn't expect it to get that big. It was one 24-hour stream, nearly $300,000. And because I didn't expect it to get that big, I didn't have any like proprietary TTS software for donating to the PCRF. Those donations went to me, which is very simple and convenient when it comes to setting up the stream, you know. But then after the fact, it's like, oh, it would appear I am enormously wealthy, and the IRS now thinks that I made $300,000 more than... I didn't think it'd get to $300K. I thought it would be like, oh, here, like $10,000, the PCRF. I didn't think it'd blow up like that. So I had to, and the bank limits how much money you can transfer. So I had to schedule multiple, it was like $99,999.99 donations to the PCRF, sending receipts along the way, because I feel like the PCRF, Steve Sosenby, the guy running the PCRF, in his mind, he's thinking, this motherfucker's going to take the money and run. He just got $300,000. He's going to like close the stream down and run away with that money. And I'm aware that he probably thinks that, so I'm emailing him like, no, please, so hold on, it's transferring. The bank doesn't transfer it immediately. It's you're in fucking Palestine. It takes a minute to like, and I'm like screenshotting everything for the taxes, the IRS, and that was very stressful. So every donation stream we've done since then, I have kept my hands off of the money, which is good sense anyway, but oh my god, I didn't expect that stream to blow up the way that it did. Jesus Christ. You couldn't write off the donations while doing your taxes? You can, but that's like a big flag. You'd get to deduct it as an itemized deduct. Okay. Yes, but like, you gotta document that. I was stressed. I had only been a streamer for a little bit relatively, and it's like, oh, if, you know, I need the evidence and the receipts, and I need to like get everything over. And for a while, I didn't know if the bank would even let me transfer the money, because even though the PCRF is a 501c3, it's a charitable organization, there are limits to how much you can send. And I thought I'd flagged some internal thing, because the bank was like, hey, why are you transferring $350,000 to like a foreign registered? You're just a regular bank account. Like, you're not a big corporate. What are you doing? And then I had to call them, and it was so yeah. Does it count as your dono for tax purposes if the money only briefly passed through your hands? Yes. Guys, Vosh has an accountant who handles all this. Yeah, his name is Ian Koczynski, and sometimes he does a poor job. But the money got to where it needed to. So, you know. Stupid. Sorry. Just... Wait, is that just your legal name? Yes. Okay. This is actually going to make me curious to go into Uniqlo. I doubt they have any items that are higher in quality than the other versions of the stuff that I might go for. Everything he's wearing here is Uniqlo. Isn't that crazy? Look at how good he looks. I love sweatshirts that have the gusset sewn into the front of the collar. Jersey overshirt, is that what they're calling it? He likes his colorful socks. Is Ivy style something like collegiate? Yeah, it was a style popularized in the 60s and 70s in Ivy League schools. It's like a dressed down athletic Oxford shirt, sporty, thin tie kind of look. That's nonetheless like meant to look at least somewhat formal. It's a specific thing, you know. It's not necessarily my style, but it's definitely not my least favorite style. I like it quite a bit. It's like this, you know? Striped ties, button-down Oxford shirts, relatively low-rise chinos rather than trousers. You have the classic like tan plus navy blue combo, you know? Whatever. I need to read donos. Yeah, it's like older preppy style, basically. The origins of the preppy style. I'm going to read donos. Pow Pow, thanks the $5. Belagor, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Mortaray, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Boston's been publicly increasing the cost of parking in the city and using the money towards their train system as a small but good example of degrowth. That's nice. I like that. Fuck cars. Sake, thank you for the very kind 10 tier 1 subs. Did I miss the fundraiser? No. Archaeologists argue for socialism with a video link. Sake, you devil, you never learn. Fine.
Is almost absurd on its face. Like, how can I make this entire culture or civilization interesting to somebody when it's like, well, it was interesting to all of these people. Like, whatever they did.
Who's this guy? Archaeologists argue for socialism. This guy must be the archaeologist because he has the hat.
It's probably relating to what we're doing today. Like,
exactly.
Yeah.
People have had to adapt to climate change in the past. Right now, we are fairly convinced that...
I don't know why I'm watching this, but I do like that he has the archaeology hat. You can tell from the hat. That other guy, though, the one with the beard, doesn't have an archaeology hat. Don't know. Don't know about that. Do you have an archaeology hat? No. I actually recently tried to buy a nice, I think they're called toques when they're fancy, but it's essentially a cashmere beanie from the Permanent Style guy. And it is so comically small, it doesn't even fit on my head. Like, it is hysterically small on my head. So I'll have to return it. Unfortunate. I have a very big head. Kind of like the opposite of Hassan, in many respects, it seems. The best part of the PCRF stream for anyone who missed it. I looked very different back then. $100,000 for the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. Yo! What does this link to? Yo! It links to me! What does this link to? Yo! It links to me! Yo! What does this link to? Let's go! Yo! It links to me! Yo! What does this link to? Let's go! Yo! It links to me! Yo! Let's. I still laugh the same way. You got to go with this. Yeah, kind of like the fisherman's cap. I think those look good. I'm just kind of hampered by the fact that I have a big head. I also have very dense hair. I'm very far from balding. You know, Vosh haters say I'm any day now that hairline's going to recede. Vosh truthers understand it's not going to. So because I have dense hair and a big head, it's like it has to be pretty big to fit my. Yeah. Okay, I need to read. I'm being very slow right now. I'm being very, very slow, as I so often am. Hobo Joe 69 and Kane 111, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Glad you're enjoying Elden Ring, Hobo Joe 69. The Wolfen, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you for donating to PV. Surgical Steel, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Would you ever get a piercing of any sort? Nah, tried the ears, didn't work out. Sake, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. You can goon while phone banking. I wouldn't recommend doing this. It's called multitasking. Nothing convinces people more than telling them you're delaying your own satisfaction to check with them to make sure their voter registration is valid and their vote is protected. Well, I think if you're going to go with like the time gating like a strategy when phone banking, you should say like, you should call them and scream like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to fucking do it. And they're like, what are you talking about? Who is this? And you say like, well, I'm going to jump. Wait, anything, any hope in the world. Are you registered to vote for this upcoming November 5th election? And then if they're like, no, you're like, oh, I'm going to jump. And they're like, no, wait. Like this is an effective strategy. I feel like this would work pretty good. Don't implement it without checking with PV first. Make sure they're on board with this. You know, if for no other reason than because if it's a good idea, they'll want to use it broadly. Check with PV. Results may vary. Ephemerality, thank you for the $10. I know it's not a lot, but I still want to contribute something. Any amount is a lot to me. Thank you. King Kerplunk, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Utter Color and Spaceburn, thank you for the $5 both. Spaceburn provides an update on their tattoo, which looks sick. That looks really good. Oh, this is going to look so nice when it fades too. Like the color choices here are going to be like, you know what I mean? Like sometimes the color choices, you feel like once they fade, it won't look as good. I think this is like some longevity shit right there. That looks great. I really like that. Yeah, with the pixel art and I really like that. Linky with the $5. Do you think people phone banking from overseas is actually productive? I think so. You're not really saying where you're from. You're just saying that you're phone banking with Progressive Victory. There are lots of Americans who have accents, after all. Now, obviously, if your accent is so thick that people struggle to understand it, like, you know, exercise reason. But yeah, no, you can help for sure. Ariok and Somniostatic, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Dear Nobody, thank you for the $35. So, as a non-US citizen, I pledge my money to you to conquer the fascism that Trump threatens. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Giving money to me is the best way to fight fascism. That is true. Enzoko Kobo, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Chauncey Extreme, thank you for the $5. Green Party running locally in Arizona, putting in the most minimal effort. Really? Candidates for Corporation Commissioner. Nina Luxemburg. Party, Green. Photo not submitted. No biography. No statement submitted. Wow. I guess the Russian check didn't clear this time. Jesus Christ. Fucking embarrassing. Satan Squirt Machine. Reconsider your priorities. Most serious third party? Yeah. Not on fire yet. Thank you for the 3 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Gonna flex the $22 $2 tip a month sub till election. Thank you for making politics tolerable. It makes you the envy of your peers. I appreciate that. I think that oftentimes I do fail to make politics tolerable. As Astrado points out, there's not much I can say. They did the execution on time this time. They delayed it multiple times over the course of the past decade, but they weren't able to delay it or prevent it entirely this time. Yeah. Not much we can do to help him, unfortunately. Though learning about stuff like this can help us with people in the future. Elsa 47 with the tier 1 sub. My mom's cat is blissfully unaware of the upcoming election. God, what a state to live in. Meh. Thank you, Marty. Ding. Sake with the 5 tier 1 subs. The best place to donate for the most effective use of your contributions this fundraiser is vosh.gg/subscribe. Second best place, Sake. Points for effort, but second best place. Progressive Victory, as a matter of fact, through PV Donate, is the best place you can give your money. Thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. Not gonna lie, my experience was fine. Your experience canvassing was fine, even in a massive heat wave with some organizational problems during the Bowman PV canvassing. Work on your sexy accent for the foreign bongers while phone banking. Have you made sure you're ready to vote in this tight race? Hits pretty hard, IMO. Well, people trust British accents now, unfortunately, in spite of everything. And I will say that, yeah, genuinely, the fact that the Progressive Victory canvassing blip in New York was done during a record heat wave was very unfortunate. I knew about it beforehand, but I still got off the plane and stepped outside wearing like fully shorts and a linen jacket, and instantly still the heat was, I won't say unbearable, but it was pretty bad. Oh, by the way, we have actually hit 11 gay. According to the accurate tally that I have on the back end on how much money is accrued, it has just cleared $11,000. 11 gay. Well done, guys. Kowalski with the $5. To all foreigners, you must aid Progressive Victory. 95% of all cheese comes from Wisconsin. Republicans will destroy the cheese farms. No more cheese wheels. It's a fair point. Of course, I also call for an end to animal agriculture, but in the meantime, we should enjoy the cheese that we have, you know? Okay, guys, I understand this makes me seem a little bit disconnected from the process of my own channel being run. I put out a video earlier today called "This is not looking good for Trump," and it's doing quite well. What do I talk about in that video? What for those who have watched it, what am I saying? What happened? Good video? I'm happy to hear that. I stand by what I say. I just don't recall what I recently said. The Project 2025 favorability rating. That's it. No, that's good. That's very good. Yeah. I try not to engage in clickbait, but I have to say, and this is after much conversation with the editors, like, I remember there was a specific thing that I did that was really frustrating for me. It was after Tim Walz made the joke about him Minnesotans not liking spicy food, I came up with the title for that segment, Republicans find the one race joke too spicy for them, or something like that, which is in my mind like a 10 out of 10 platinum gilded title, and it didn't go anywhere. And one of my editors changed it to like Republicans go insane over Tim Walz, and it did better. And it's like, fuck, fine. I'll put effort in. I'll put effort into the streams. If you don't want effort in the titles, not to say my editors don't, it's just a different kind of effort. That one hurt me. I can see your titles change like 5 times in real time whenever you post a video. It's wild. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Yeah. These videos get like put out pretty quick. Keep in mind that between my 2 channels, I have 3 channels, but between the 2 channels that cover politics, like 4 to 5 videos get put out a day sometimes. So, and they're like from streams done that day. So obviously Tempest and Ryan, like, you know, they have to make a move pretty quickly. What's the third channel? Vosh Video. It's video game VODs. Though I think I have to activate the shock collar around Tempest's neck to make him upload like the Outer Wild streams and stuff. Maybe they are uploaded now. I don't know. I don't check my own shit. What was the last video upload? 9 days ago? Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, all the 1,000 Year Door remake channel. What's the story with Thermia? Thermia isn't officially associated with me, but Thermia makes like fan videos and stuff, which is nice. I love that. I think that's sweet. I haven't played the original Ghost of Tsushima. Wait, I thought Tempest was a Shira. No, Tempest is a dude. I'm also a guy, in case you were curious. Do you have access to the A/B testing feature? It's only for thumbnails, not titles. I would love it for titles, but I can understand why that might be really difficult for like search engine optimization to have like multiple titles like in phantom states of which one you see or what you get searched for or what you search for. Maybe they'll implement it at some point. Okay, I have to continue reading donos. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs and the suggestion. I'll be sure to keep it in mind. But we'll have to see. Let me read these super chats. Joshido, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate those. Millions of Dead Raccoons, thank you for the $5. Do you think it'd be safer to change my legal gender or keep it as is? Whether or not you should stay in the closet, to any extent, like legally, socially, whatever, I can't answer that for you. I'm not going to lie. It's very, very possible that the near future is going to be difficult. Maybe lives would be made easier if those people chose to stay in the closet a bit longer. Maybe not. I can't say. All I can do is provide the information and trust all of you to make that decision for yourselves, because it does vary case by case. I can't make that ruling for everyone. I can't make it for anyone, come to think of it. Old Schoolist, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Buy Frax, thank you for the €2. Old Schoolist, thank you for the $5 additional. I love that. You Americans are gonna buy your $80,000 child mulcher 3,000 trucks and get 2 miles per gallon. You're gonna love it. Yeah, that's the trend. 1-800 please adopt me. Thank you for the 14 Canadian. Interesting name. Trout Enjoyer, thank you for the $2. I'm Strong and Evil Paradigm. Thank you for the 5 both, pound and dollar. Thank you, thank you. This donation's dedicated to Cody and democracy. Thank you, Cody. The swarm of Cody $100 donations at the beginning of stream were actually a bug that was quickly fixed. Cody donated $100 only once, but then later Cody showed back up and donated another $100, and he was like, in honor of the, you know, the phantom donations. So there actually were 2 $100 donations from Cody that were real. It's pretty cute. It's pretty cute. You guys are so nice. You really are a phenomenal community. You know, I give you guys a lot of shit, partly because I enjoy complaining, partly because it's a good comedic dynamic. It's like a classic 2-man bit where I like express dissatisfaction with the behavior of the plurality, right? You know, not even necessarily any individual. And I think you understand the spirit in which that's delivered. You know, I certainly hope nobody in chat who I like prod goes home or, you know, goes to sleep late that night thinking like, oh man, I made the guy that I respect mad at me. It's not like that. It's a good community. Dodo with the 10 pounds. Hey Vosh, I'm from the UK, but I can't wait to get more involved with PV, especially after our own scary election. I'm talking to the welcome team now and they're so nice. Yes! Yes, they are really nice. The PV people have been so good to engage with. Keep in mind, a lot of them are from this community, so you have, at the very least, some adjacency. The 2 largest communities that directly participate in and contribute to PV are myself and Destiny. And for one, you know, despite sort of the mutual antagonism, there is a great degree in overlap, at the very least in interest between those 2 communities. And for 2, everyone who's at PV is there to save this country. If anyone's going to PV or participating in PV with any other intention, I mean, what are they doing there? Why are they there? You know? It's a good community. It's a good experience. All right. All right. Oh, okay. There we go, Ada Lovelace. You sort of capped it off there. Okay. All right. Okay. Luke Henderson, thank you for the £5. I really appreciate that. I'm not sure. Anglo Europhile and Power Surg, thank you for the £2 and dollars both. Hey Vosh, I want to donate to PV, but I'm British. I guess you'll have to phone bank. Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 1 and 2 remastered? That sounds interesting to me. I know that Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver is like a cult classic, but I've never played it and I don't know much about it. So I would play a remaster of that. That's pretty nice. I like that. And Space, thanks the $15. Can't donate to PV, so take this and punch a Nazi with it, metaphorically or literally, it's up to you. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Space. All right, folks. I have had a wonderful stream, and I look forward to the next one tomorrow. It's going to be a longer one, opening with politics, and then into Elden Ring. To those of you who primarily watch me for politics, I would encourage you to spend some time checking out the game content as well. I know that I don't have the same audience that a lot of my contemporaries who stream on Twitch do. My viewership for video game streams is far smaller than my viewership for politics streams. You know, it's just a cultural adjacency thing. But I really do think they're very fun. So if you enjoy that kind of thing, or maybe if you don't know you do, maybe it could be fun. I enjoy them at least. I'm having a good time. All right. I am going to send you guys over to Alec Gunter. You know, it's been a little while, and I think it'd be nice to throw you all over. Please take care of yourselves. I'll see you tomorrow in pretty much exactly 24 hours from right now, as a matter of fact. Hopefully the world doesn't blow up between A and B. Take care. I'll see you soon. And remember, you can still donate to or sign up for PV while I'm not live, if you're so inclined. Take care.